Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you today on this beautiful Thursday morning? I am your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Let me say good morning to all and good morning, Diane. You know, I don't know if you remember, if you recall, but you remember that day. Now, I vividly, is that the word I'm looking for? But I really do like it was yesterday because I didn't have many, folks. I didn't have many of these days. But you remember the day when you had a grasp on all the material that was going to be on the test, and you couldn't wait to get to school because when the teacher handed out that paper, if it was 50 questions, you just knew you were going 50 for 50. You remember that? As I said when I started, I didn't have a whole lot of those. They didn't just come. But I remember those. I know the material. That's actually how I feel this morning. Is I know the material. I am going to ace the test today. Yes, that's how I feel. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, I have a lot of, what am I implying? I'm older. So if I keep saying I have a lot of time in this and I spent a lot of time here, wow, time goes by. Anyhow, sales and marketing, right? And we called it in sales and marketing, we called it, supersizing, right? Upsell, the supersizing. We called it the McDonald's, do you want fries with that? Right? If you were in sales and marketing and you sold products, I sold building materials. I sold several products, mainly in the building materials. But if you had a product that prevented moisture, you would have 3 more products that, this one's guaranteed for 10 years, but I can show you the 20-year or the 25-year plan, roofing shingle, right? The bottom line is, no matter what you do, we call it the would you like fries with that upselling. Now, I'm going somewhere with this. Now, yesterday, the media, and I'm not going to do it right now, but they opened up at Morning Joe, and I know you don't like that, but they opened up, and what are they losing their, right? Give me number 29. Now, I don't want to make light of the measles. I do not. Absolutely do not. I don't want to make light of the measles. Oh, that's not the one I wanted, Diane. But you just wouldn't know that by me calling for 29. Go ahead and leave that up there. Leave that one there. I'll stick with that. So I'm not making light of the measles vaccines right now. We'll go into that later. But they are freaking out because the FDA canceled a meeting. And this meeting, and they even brought in the Van Gupta. Yes, give me number 30. They brought in the Van Gupta. You always know when because he has to go down, he puts on the white coat, right? Unvaccinated children die from measles. Oh my God. And RFK Jr. could not, he really blew the answer on that one. All right, moving right along. But they brought in the Van Gupta this morning. He puts on the white coat because we know as soon as he leaves his office, he's going to make his rounds at the hospital. So they're going nuts because they canceled this meeting. And this is the meeting. They can't reschedule it, nothing. But this is the meeting where they look at the flu strain to start putting the data together to create the flu shot for next year. Let me just say something, and I want to move. when you go to the pharmacy, right? When that's why I opened up, would you like fries with that? Would you like fries? Would you like to supersize it, right? You want a cherry pie? The point is, it's not a joking matter, but now at the pharmacy, if you pick up a prescription, because I do, the pharmacist gives you this, not the pharmacist, the young man, young lady, whoever it may be at the register, after you give them your date of birth and all the above, they read you a list of available shots. Have you had your shingles shot? You do know we do have our pneumonia shot is available now. You can get that. You know, you can get the 9th booster. They have this long list of sides. I'm serious. Like and you'll have the individual that's checking you out will look at you and say, we have to say that. We have to let you know. And because I have said in the past, look, you don't need to tell me that. I don't want any of your shots. I don't want they're free. I mean, like in free period? No. What happens is our government, right, is sending big pharma billions of dollars, and it doesn't matter what pharmacy you go to, right? We have a whole list. Would you like to look at our list of shots? And they're free. And you can walk around the side. We'll have somebody come out and give you 9 of them right now. What? Seriously, all right? Now, we're not making light of the measles. We're not, we promise. We're not making light of anything where children are concerned or a disease that has caused a death. Not at all. But the reason they're freaking out and the reason they want to make it look like RFK went down to Texas himself and handled the whole measles, breakout there is simply, in my opinion, because of the list that every time you go to your pharmacy, I mean, they're freaking out on everything, every single thing. Every single thing. We're going to cut Social Security offices. We're going to cut IRS offices. We are. We're going to cut them. What a cabinet meeting yesterday. I am so up here today. A cabinet meeting. What a cabinet meeting, right? It was great. And guess what? Trump talked to the press yesterday, just opened it up, and he spoke to everybody. I want number 37, and then I want to be able to flip over to 38. I want a smooth move, Diane, smooth move. And he spoke to everybody, as usual, at the cabinet meeting, except for the HuffPo, Reuters, and the Associated Press. Excuse me, at the door? No. You're not coming in. Who are you with, HuffPo? No. Go to the next one. Yes, there they are. Now you can't get in. The White House press aide tells reporters from Reuters, HuffPo, and the Associated Press, no, you can't. We have no more room. I can squeeze in it. No. I love it. No. Out. Don't you just love it? But again, the press. So there's a couple things going on here. They're freaking out. He's controlling, really, what we are coming out of. He's controlling. No, he's talking to the press. He allows any question. But there's a couple things that are happening here. The people in the room, well, with the exception of Caitlin Collins over at CNN, but the people in the room, they're asking questions. They ask questions I don't care for, but they can't go Jim Acosta Stupid. Just put it like that. They can't go with the stupid question. They have, even if you and I don't like the question, and you're like, really? Still, when they ask the question, they have to acknowledge they're asking the President of the United States. In the past, they did not. So take that down. All right. Yes, Gene Hackman died. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I could not start with Gene Hackman. You remember when he played Buck? You remember when Gene Hackman played Buck? Who was Buck? Buck was Clyde Barrow. Was that his name? Bonnie and Clyde. He was Clyde's brother. Oh, the list goes on. All right. Now, this is a little story. I hope this is the beginning. You know, like when you crack something open and you know the dam is going to explode. We're going to get into the things that Doge is uncovering, but you remember the boomerang. I want it to come back. I want it to come back to the corruption, and it will equal Republicans. So give me this one here. Is this number 44, Diane? Is this a start? I know to Democrats, it seems like just yesterday, this is like change. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Rachel Maddow comes out tonight and says, this is like change you find in the couch. Or is this the sacrifice that Democrats are going to throw out there, like Gold Bars Menendez, right? The Gold Bar U.S. Senator from New Jersey, Bob Menendez. You got to go real slow, especially I do, to get that one. The Gold Bars, him and his wife, right? Remember when Al Franken, if you didn't know what that means, go look it up. Remember when Al Franken up in Minnesota became the Democrat sacrifice, right? Stay with me here. And then Bob Menendez, will this be the Democrat sacrifice? I don't know. But it seems like just yesterday, the media was all talking about Democrats, this kind of money, like Elon Musk, you know, $1 million here, $1 million there, 22 million here, 22 here. This is change that you would find in the couch, right? Well, Jerry Whitehead, Senator Sheldon, his name's Sheldon. No wonder, Sheldon. Okay, Sheldon Whitehead, Democrat from Rhode Island, right? He found some change in the couch. In fact, he was caught funneling $7 million in taxpayer money to wife's conservation nonprofit. Let's see what was happening here, because this lays out exactly how we've discussed on the show. It works. I have said it so many times, you know it. It goes out there, it drops a little over here, it drops a little over here, it ends up in your son's nonprofit. You see, when you start a nonprofit, an NGO, non-governmental organization, right? And this is the same thing with political action committees. Yes, we have to. If you ever want to grab back all of America, campaign finance, this is the way also they dump dark money into these PACs, and no one has to report where it's at. This is how they funnel it through. You could open a nonprofit and you could, your wife doesn't even have to show up. Your wife could come to 2 board meetings a year. Honey, tomorrow you have to go down to that board meeting. Are you serious? Is that tomorrow? Yes, it's tomorrow. But all you have to do is be there long enough for them to put your name in the minutes, and then you could excuse yourself. You only have to do it twice a year, and you get $2, $3, $4 million. Okay, if I have to. This is not a joke. Give me number 45. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse is facing a potential ethics investigation. No, they all should be facing friggin' Gitmo. After a watchdog found he funneled money to a conservative group his wife works for. Whitehouse's spouse, Sandra Whitehouse, is the president of Ocean Works LLC, a consulting firm. Well, those damn consultants, right? That's who I am. I'm a consultant. Oh my God. A consulting firm that works with the environmental nonprofit. Now, here's the deal. The Foundation for Accountability and Civics Trust filed a complaint with the Senate Ethics Committee Monday alleging White House backed legislation that resulted in the Ocean the nonprofit millions of dollars in grants. So 46, White House advocated and voted for legislation that led to $6.9 million taxpayer funds being paid to an organization his wife works for, receives an income. According to the complaint, Sandra Whitehouse has worked for this nonprofit since 2008. Tax filings show that the nonprofit paid her $2.6 million directly or through her consulting firm since 2010. What? $2.6 million? Back end? See, this is just a scratch. This is just a scratch. Trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars have been stolen. They laughed, the media laughs when Elon Musk, and we will play it yesterday, said, hey, the email we're sending out, we just want to find out if you have a pulse. It's not a, it's not a review. We just want to know if you're alive. Right? Because this kind of corruption, why, it's not going on all over the country. Why trillions and trillions of dollars, and I mean trillions of dollars, went out the door, unchecked, all across this country. Hey, don't you have some commercial space over there in the little town of, we'll pick Minnesota? Yes, I do, and it's empty. Send me over a lease. Do you need space? Nah, but I've got $40 million in my budget, and it's for office space, and it's just a line item there, and I can help you out with that empty space. Oh, that's great. So they do a lease. We're going to get into it. They do a lease. BKP, this doesn't really happen. Okay. They do a lease. The space is empty. It's all over the United States. And your friend says, hey, you want to go out on the boat this weekend that I purchased with the government money through the lease? All over the United States. But that's money that they're finding in the couch covers. It's real corruption. And don't forget, remember, pennies equal dollars. Well, are we going to have to say nickels? I mean, until further notice, until the penny is out of circulation, pennies equal dollars. Okay? So this is just one I wanted to show you. It's all over. It happens everywhere in the United States. The other day, I don't have it with me right now on the screen, but we have a graphic. I had a graphic the other day that shows these lawmakers went into Congress, worth, $65,000, and they left Congress worth 22 million, 18 million, some like Pelosi, 200 and some million, whatever. Take that down. So yesterday was an amazing cabinet meeting. Let's see. What do I want? Now, when we talk about, where's it at? Right here it is. I want to play this for one reason, because it's 8:21 and I want to come back and I want to get focused. First of all, let's go with this. While they're talking about Elon Musk, I don't care what network you turn on this morning, they're talking about the unelected person that got all of this time to talk at the cabinet meeting yesterday, Elon Musk, right? And they're just going on and on. It's driving them crazy. And they say, well, we understand there's waste. Now they've switched gears. We don't know what he's looking for. He hasn't found anything. Well, we understand there's waste, fraud, and abuse, some in all areas. But what they should have done, you're going to like this, right? What they should have done is created some committees to look into it. Yeah, created some committees to review and then start making the cuts after some thorough reviews. Let me translate. So what we should have done, right? I'm sitting in my office this morning and I get a buzz from the front counter. And, excuse me, Mr. Pritchard, yes. The owner of the company is here to see you. Now, I have an option. I could say, I'm just going to jump out the window, or let him come back, or hold him 5 minutes. Right? Put us right. But at the end of the day, you and I, the taxpayers, we're the owners, and we do not have to give notice we're showing up. But what they're telling you is, well, wait a minute. What you're saying is, you're just going to show up with no notice? I mean, you got to give us 2 or 3 weeks. You got to give us a couple months. We can order some bleach bit. We could shred some files. We could go into our computer and delete some files, right? We could delete some of the chat rooms that we're working in. We can go and backdate some reports. We can make it look like we're working. You got to give us a little time to cover things up, right? We can get our family members off the board in certain areas where give us just enough time to cover up. But no, we're going in. We're going in. Didn't expect that. The unexpected. Well, you can catch them that way. And that's the bottom line. So I'm sitting here this morning. I'm like, first of all, while they're doing that, number 50, all right, I want to roll through this because you're not going to see this on the networks. They're going nuts over Elon Musk. They're going nuts over cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. They're talking about, oh my God, are you going to touch Medicare? They're sending out, the whack jobs are sending out messages saying, do not shop tomorrow. Let's collapse America. Do not shop. Let's just collapse the whole thing. Crazy SHI asterisk. Russian delegation. Now, you got to go basically to Russia to get this. Russian delegation arrives for new talks with U.S. Now, Stammer, is that his name, from the UK, is coming over here to beg Trump. Beg Trump. Macron was here the other day. It didn't work. Macron, I told you, didn't I tell you the other day? I said, Macron made one hell of a mistake the other day in Trump's office. Right? Let me correct you, sir. And Trump's like, you can believe that if you want. They get paid. Now we're getting paid. Right? So we know there's a deal out there. We got to look it over. I'm not for sure, but I will say this. They're over here begging Trump. We have a delegation, right? Zelensky wants guarantees. Zelensky wants to be at the table. Nothing. Where's the one? Where's it at? I had it here a minute ago. Let's tell you. I'll get back to that one in a minute. So Zelensky has to be at the table. He's got to be at the table, right? Give me number 12. I might bring it back. Give me video 12, and then we'll come back to this.
Ukraine must be at the table at negotiations. There can be no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine.
Setting the stage, Britain's Prime Minister prepares to sway President Trump back.
There can be no negotiations without Ukraine at the table. Russian delegation arrives. This is in Istanbul, Turkey. This is February 27th. What's today? February 27th. Right this minute, we have a delegation. Russia has a delegation. Give me the next one. Go to the next one here. Let's go to 52. And then we'll run right up to 53. All right. So we have a delegation over there. The Moscow Times, Russia and U.S. officials meet in Istanbul for embassy talks. And go ahead to the next one. There you go. Russia delegation arrives in Istanbul venue for talks with U.S. We have a delegation. Russia has a delegation. We're talking about our embassies. We're talking about restoring and opening our embassy in Russia. We're talking about Russia opening and restoring their embassy in the United States and restoring economic ties and allowing our businesses to go back for them to, get a Big Mac, a Coke, and Taco Bell, whatever, right? They want. That's the discussions going on while Stammer from the UK and the CNN want you, nothing can be done without Zelensky. Hell with Zelensky. Now, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but Trump's not waiting for no Zelensky, and I'll show you that one in a minute. So we said this yesterday. Diane, it's 8:29, but I'm going to do it. Remember yesterday, and we'll get into this because you can't make this up, the money they've been stealing and why they're freaking out on all levels. Diane, can you give me, I had it yesterday, give me, where the hell's it at? Give me number 81. And thank you, Diane, because I got some things jumbled up here today. She's like, oh, God, what am I going to do? I have things in different files this morning. And Treasury Secretary Bassett, private sector has been in recession, right? Now, what you keep hearing is, you keep hearing, well, Zelensky said, you only gave me $100 billion. You say $300 billion, you want $500 billion. Video 16.
It sounds as if we wrote a check to Zelensky and said, here you go. No, that's not actually the case. For so much of this funding, billions of dollars have gone to American factories, American workers, American jobs. This has been, in part, a jobs bill because so much of the aid that we have sent them has started here in the United States and has created jobs in America.
Yeah, that's actually.
So last year, Joe, when you and others were claiming that the U.S. had the strongest, fastest economic recovery in the world, it was all fake. It was a jobs bill. It was just printing money. Is that what you're saying, Joe? You people cannot get out of the way from tripping over your dumb asses. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? I am your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Welcome, new viewers. First of all, I want to say thank you. Yeah, I have to, because, you know, we don't have a lot of marketing money, and we do need help. If you can donate to the program, if you need some marketing work done at your business, we have a conservative marketing company. If you want to run an advertisement, if you're a conservative company, however you'd like to do it. But because we're not able to spend a lot of money marketing the program, our growth is organic. There you go. If you want organic, and it's word of mouth, people telling people, and we always have new viewers. I talk to people, say, well, how did you find the show? Well, some friends of ours sent us a couple clips, and we tried it once or twice. So thank you. All right. Now, if you are new to the program, and this is not a joke, this almost brought tears to my eyes. Really did. It did. I mean, I don't say that tongue in cheek. And I'm not a whiner. I don't walk around sniveling. But how many times have you heard me say over the years, I have tape on this. Diane, you know we have tape on this. I've said over the years that the decisions are made in Brussels, right? The decisions are made in Brussels. And in 2016, Trump attempted to bring the decision-making power back here to the United States. That's very serious, all right? That's why they run the narrative, right? Our allies are shaken. No, they're not. They're not shaken. They're not shaken, right? Joe Biden fell in line. I mean, I don't say this, it's serious. Everywhere Joe Biden went, I mean, they didn't care. Donald Trump got in trouble because they said he shoved his way to the front of the line to get a picture. America meant so much to the allies that they would put Joe Biden in the back row, right? Where's Joe? He's back there with, Lithuania. Okay? America meant so much to our allies, or has meant so much in the past, that they wouldn't wait on Joe to get to the picture. They just took the picture. There was no Joe. This is not a joke. And then when Biden was installed, remember, America is back. The world said, no, that's not what happened. So briefly, you have this big umbrella. You have the Russian collusion, delusion. You have all this corruption, right, in Trump's first term. But what Trump was attempting to do was bring the decision-making power back to the United States. That's why Trump says we have to talk to Russia. We have to. I mean, it's the largest nuclear arsenal in the world. We've got to have some kind of discussion with them. Now, I'm not happy about some things around the world. I'm not. But Trump is not running to Europe to cut deals or allowing Europe to make the decisions for the United States. And that's why they say he is shaking our allies. No. Give me this one right here, Diane. 51. So yesterday, they want to pin Trump down. In the meeting, they want to pin Trump down about our defense of Taiwan. Right? China confirms military drills in Taiwan Strait. Beijing's forces have set up a zone for shooting training, the foreign ministry has said, right? Taiwan Strait. Trump is going to make the decisions. The United States of America, we're going to make the decisions. But what do they want to say? Well, Trump wants to work with dictators and tyrants and evil people around the world and leave our allies shaken, not stirred. And yesterday, when Trump said this, because I'll go back, how many times have I said decisions are made in Brussels, right? Decisions are made in Brussels. Trump tried to bring it back. Now, you remember the other day. Well, let me play this first because I did. I almost got teared up. Video 7, Diane.
But I love the countries of Europe. I love all countries, frankly, all different. But the European Union's it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
What will happen in these countries where the EU retaliate?
They can't. I mean, they can try.
The European Union was formed to screw the United States. I like them. I like a lot of countries. Well, what if they retaliate? They could try. They could try. This is what I told you. I was so ready for the test today. They could try. No. We're bringing, you see that cabinet meeting? We're bringing the decision from Brussels back here. The EU. I bet Ursula had to up like quantity. Let's see, 1 box of Depends. Trump said EU was created to screw America. Ooh, up it to 3 boxes Depends because she really wet herself yesterday. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. But hey, there you go. Ursula over there. Wow. What I tell you the other day? Oh, I was correct. I'm just going to put it right out there. I was correct. I told you. Ursula, the governor of Canada, the little Trudeau boy, the child up there. You remember when Trudeau made fun of Trump? I think Trump remembers it also. But the little boy from Canada, so they went over there. European leaders met with Zelensky. They said, look, we're going to go over and meet with Zelensky. Macron, you get over to America. You try to hold the madman down, the megalomaniac, as they called him at the town hall. You go over to America. We'll go to Zelensky. We got to figure this out. Trump wants to make his own decisions. Trump is over in Istanbul. They're talking to Putin. We got to figure this out. One more time, just for me, Diane. I don't know if anyone else wants to hear it, but I do. Video. Throw me a video 7 back on the screen if you don't mind.
But I love the countries of Europe. I love all countries, frankly, all different. But European Union's been, it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
What will happen if these countries or the EU retaliate?
They can't. I mean, they can try.
What happens if these countries try to retaliate? They can try. They could try. All right, so moving right along. Now, the town halls have been staged. I will get into that today also. And man, do we have a Georgia hour. Well, we have some information. Diane, let's look at a couple of the graphics here. Yesterday, all they could talk about, I don't know, Diane, we're going to start here. I have a number. Pick a number from 1 to 10. Give me number 7. Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff tells senators Musk reports directly to Trump. So Susie Wiles had to go to the senators yesterday because they want to know, hey, what about this whole Doge Elon Musk thing? You realize Whitehead may not be the only one, although he's a Democrat, to get caught with some money going into a nonprofit that one of our family members work for. Do you realize that? Sorry, he directly to the president. So here are some of the graphics and chyrons this morning. We'll go with it. Number 8, Trump and Elon Musk dominate his first cabinet meeting. Oh, Zelensky's coming tomorrow. Number 10, Trump says Zelensky will travel to Washington tomorrow to sign the deal. Here you go. Number 11, Trump and Musk dominate first cabinet meeting. I mean, they totally lost it over this. Now we'll get into this in just a moment. Number 16, the deep state, corporate corrupt media, they're doing everything they can. They help stage these. I signed up. Should I tell you this? Oh, you asked for it. I signed up for all the Democrat emails. If there's a group out there that's Democrats, like, Turn It Blue, it doesn't matter what the group is. I'm signed up. I'm on the email list. I don't know if I should have told you that. How do you know this? I get the emails. Tomorrow, 2:00. Bring yourself here. Starts at 4. We want to get there 3 hours early so we can occupy all the front seats. Blue, blue, blue. I signed up for all the groups. I'm in all the groups. Oh, they're going through there now trying to axe me now. But I'm serious. House Republicans hit the brakes on town halls after blowback over Trump's tax cuts, over Trump's cuts, Elon Musk. We'll get into this in just a minute. They're trying everything in the world. See, they are actually scaring these people because these people are not in the real world. All you have to do to get a politician all worked up is for them to have 1 ounce of fear of the future of their political career. That's it. That's it. You let one of these little, just 1 ounce of fear of their future as a politician, and it doesn't matter what's going on, they will help stop it. So that's that. They know that. Go to number 17, White House Chief of Staff. I think I already had that one. This is my favorite pick of the day. Number 18, Elon tech support. Diane, get us some t-shirts out there that say tech support. I love tech support. I really do. Tech support. Elon Musk takes center stage. Oh, they're pushing. They want to marginalize, is that the word? Because I'm really throwing out words this morning. They want to marginalize the cabinet positions. They want to belittle these people. If you listen to all the networks, like the cabinet people had to sit very, very quiet so Elon could talk. Now, that's not what happened. All right. Number 21, agencies telling staffers to a response is not mandatory. All they want, all the cabinet or not, all they want, Homeland Security, Energy Department, Defense Department, FBI, State Department, Health and Human Services, Justice Department. There's so many of these agencies that some people in certain departments are working on things. All we're looking for, do you really exist in that department? That's it. So, what's happening here is you have people like in these departments, the secretaries saying, look, let me check. I've got some people working. Let me check if these people exist. And I promise I'll let you know. All right. Some departments have people that you can't give their identity up based on security. Number 22, all in the cabinet or not. Look at the seating arrangement. That's pretty neat. Number 25, Elon's cameo, CNN. And let's see if I have anything else on the cabinet meeting I want to put up. We talked about all right. So, number 40, Trump's new DOGE directive will make bureaucrat travel expenses public and offload empty office space. Now, number 41. Wednesday, with Trump saying he would throw out any cabinet secretaries not on board with Musk and DOGE's mission. Oh, they are just going nuts over that. They love that, right? Now, Elon Musk stood up yesterday. Let's get into this. And he said, now you got to remember on two sides of this coin, you got to remember on both sides, that we spent trillions, not billions, trillions. And over the years, even when Trump was in office, over the years, no one upgraded anything. You will hear North Korea hacks our system. Yeah, North Korea. China hacks, Russia hacks. Now, you hear all the time these bad people hack into our system or system failures, whatever it may be. But Elon Musk says these agencies, they're antiquated. They're so old, these systems. They're not compatible. They're not interactive. I mean, you know, I will say this for technology. If you're working on Social Security, you should be able to pull up any Social Security from anywhere of any other office in the United States. It doesn't matter. And they will probably replace all these systems, upgrade these systems. Number 42, President Donald Trump on Wednesday signed another DOGE-related executive order that would make federal workers justify their expenses and offload unused real estate. Now, so number 43, agency heads and their DOGE partners were also instructed to go through every current contract and grant to make sure they're necessary. Well, we played yesterday Doug Collins, VA secretary, right? $2 billion. I mean, they had contracts with companies, consultants, to do PowerPoints, coaches. I mean, any kind of crazy thought of consulting firm they had contracts with by the millions. But now the Democrats will tell you that's money in the couch. But I will tell you that's nepotism. That's a friend of a friend of a friend that created a consulting company, and your line item budget. These are government. And first of all, not just federal, state, county, city. I don't care who gets mad. Federal, state, county, city, all over America. Your federal budgets, they have these line items. Now you got lawmakers have no idea. They're shocked. They are shocked to find that this stuff is in budgets. There's line items out there in people's budgets that just say real estate. And there's $60 million in there. So they could just go anywhere they want and rent office space and get a contract and just call it real estate, put it against the budget. And they have to go do it because the next year, if they don't use the 60 million and they only use 40 million in contracts, they could lose that 20 million in the budget. Exactly. Government budgets are meant to, should not be, but meant to be spent in its entirety. I mean, you have people that say they're in a department, hey, the fiscal year ends in 6 weeks. What are we going to do? We still have $2 million. It's like Brewster's Millions. Do you remember the movie where Brewster's Millions, where you had to spend like how many millions of dollars in 30 days? That is almost the federal government. And they get out there and just spend it. We got to go through contracts, turn the federal workforce. The order also instructs the agency head to build a technological system within each agency. Once an agency system is in place, the agency head shall prohibit agency employees from engaging in federal funded travel for conferences. Oh my God, there's companies that create conferences all over the United States that they go to. The same order implements a 30-day credit card. Freeze the credit cards. Finally, the order tackles government real estate. Now, we brought this up yesterday. All right? We brought it up yesterday. We talked about it. We explained it. Here it is in black and white. Give me 60, Diane. Give me number 60. You can go to Doge yourself. This is not reported. Only the overshadowing of Elon Musk from the cabinet, the belittling, the marginalizing the cabinet. Doge, credit card update, pilot program across 14 civilian agencies to audit unused, unneeded P cards. $30 billion in spending in fiscal year 24. After 8 days, 24,000 cards have been deactivated, which will likely double by the end of the week. Credit cards were also addressed in the president's executive order. Cut them. Stop. Your credit card doesn't work. We will reissue cards after we go through the statements and see who's buying gas for 4 vehicles in the driveway. Travel, extra travel. A conference or two that doubles as a vacation on the time. Look, in the private sector, if you're doing this, that's your business. That's the company's business. This goes back to we the people. This goes back to the taxpayers being first and foremost. It's your money. Let me tell you something. I'll put it just like this and very frank. I don't know if I should take on Frank, but I'll just be direct. If my ass can't go on them trips and lay on the damn beach and get those little drinks with the umbrellas in it, your ass can't take my money and do it. I don't know how that went across. All right, give me 61. Lease cancellation for vacant and unutilized buildings are up from 257 to 440, with an annual rent savings increasing from 100 million to 171 million. Still plenty of available office space for the current workforce. That's right. The workforce. We have office space. States also. Do not exclude your state. But we have federal buildings all across this country. Give me Trump, Ukraine. Let's see, where's Trump on the, let's see. Maybe we, I'm going to get into the videos in a minute. I'll do that in a minute. Let's see. All right, so we have office space all across this country, that's empty, where there's contracts everywhere. So security offices, we don't need all this. Give me number 62. Today, the federal government exceeded 100 million in annual rent savings through cancellation of 250 vacant, unutilized leases totaling 3 million square feet. All right? All over this country. But Democrats, do you see one Democrat coming to the podium thanking Elon Musk? Do you see the waste? There was absolutely no one in charge. No one in charge for 4 years. These departments ran amok. Gina Romano, or whatever her name, Commerce up there in Rhode Island, Energy, HHS. When did you ever see Becerra? HHS, you did not. I will guarantee you everyone around that table, if President Trump asked them tomorrow, give me 5 things you did, they're not going to ignore the email. They're going to say, yes, sir, Mr. President. But the media wants to act like we are doing just the worst thing in the world, right? No one. Remember this. They keep talking about Elon Musk. Don't forget who was running this country. Don't forget the unelected person that ran a cabinet meeting. Video 2, Diane.
She talked about the fact that sometimes the White House, in her words, surprises you. And for somebody who has worked on women's health issues for her whole career, frankly, as a teacher, but also as the second lady and now as the first lady, she said one of the things that struck her the most was the inequities in medical research, funding for medical research for women. So this is an important priority of hers that she had the opportunity to at this cabinet meeting to spotlight. And as you had that great interview with her, Peter, talking about the fact that, yes, a burden may have been lifted from her husband's shoulder in one respect with the end of his campaign, but there's still a lot of work that they both intend to do during their last few months in office here.
Jill ran the cabinet meeting. They talk about Elon Musk. He wasn't sitting at the table. He wasn't sitting at the head of the table. He stood in the back. He was introduced. The president made him wide open to the media. Well, he dominated. No, he didn't. President Trump said, here he is. Ask him the questions. And let's let him say what he wants to say in front of the cabinet. Let's get it out. This is called transparency, America. But no, Jill Biden ran the cabinet. That cabinet was they did anything they wanted. Do you think, you look at this picture here, and I got to take a break and come back. Look at this picture here yesterday. Where's it at? Give me 35 just to look at the picture, okay? And I'm not the graphic right now. You see that picture? There's Burgum, all right? There's little Marco, Doug Burgum, Kennedy. I was thinking yesterday, RFK Jr. is in this room, and there is McMahon next. Okay, give me this one here, Diane. Give me number 22, just to take a look-see down the table. Number 22. All right. Now, little Marco is sitting to the right of Trump. Pete Hegseth is sitting to the left. Now, do you think Joe Biden ever, for one split second, had any idea what Anthony Blinken was doing as Secretary of State? Interior, HHS, Commerce, Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. No, these people ran amok. They were stealing enormous amounts of cash. Trump will tell you in the billions of dollars, and they're putting a stop to it. I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to go through several things Elon Musk said yesterday. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706 889 3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
How you doing, folks? How are you? I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. We are cutting cost. All right, we have to do this. Now, I watch so much CNN and MSNBC and so forth. MSNBC where black people get fired and white people cry about it, but they continue to keep their contracts and their jobs. I hate it for you. I'm going to cry on the air. So, moving right along. But, you know, they fact check what they call fact checking. Everything that goes on, they fact check. But I find it interesting when Elon says some things, they don't do any fact checking. They basically laugh about it. So yesterday, the cabinet meeting, give me number 22, the cabinet meeting, Donald Trump opened it up and gave Elon the stage. I like this, and I agree with Trump. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Maybe we have duplicated services. Now, we're going to close, and I have no problem with it. You're hearing we're going to get rid of thousands of employees. We have to. We have to. We're broke. Elon Musk says, look, we're broke. Our interest on the debt surpasses our military budget. While we're at that, here is number 80, Diane, defense budget. As you can see, right? $968 billion. Our interest on our debt exceeds that. You know, when David Perdue ran for Senate, when he first ran for Senate and he's in the primary and he ran for Senate, I think Zaxby Chambliss was retiring. I asked him off the record. Well, it's not like off the record. I mean, it wasn't during an interview. Let's put it that way. I would never share something that was off the record. I asked him, not during an interview, we were talking, and I said, what is the biggest threat to our national our national security? What's the biggest threat to you? And he said, our debt. I said, are you serious? Our debt. And David Perdue told me that years ago when he was running in the primary. He said, our debt is the biggest threat to our national security. If we do not do something. And Elon Musk now highlights the fact that our national security, our interest that we pay on the debt exceeds our defense budget. Now, we're going to get into this also. They're going to yell at the top of their lungs, Medicare, Medicare, Medicare. There's no reason we won't cut Social Security. We won't cut Medicare, Medicaid if if the benefits is something you should be receiving. But just like trying to find out if these people exist that say they're working from home, same thing with Social Security fraud and Medicare fraud. And that is the reason why every campaign, you can't touch it. Will you touch it? Will you touch it? And that's why up at Capitol Hill, right? At Capitol Hill, the first thing, again, these people are concerned about, what are they concerned about? Their political careers. So what will happen? Give me number 73, Diane. We'll talk about this in the Georgia Hour also. What will happen is this will get started, and this is not true, right? And this is an opinion piece, but and this is out of the AJC. Veterans group speaks out against federal job cuts, right? Veterans. Look what it sounds like. There's no cuts to veterans benefits. They will make it sound like that. They will have people call the White House, call their senator, their congressman, and complain about cuts to Medicare. The media will come on and say they're cutting Medicare. It's all fear. And these people don't touch it. Don't touch it. They have made it to where you can't even look. Don't look in there. Why? You can't look in there. It will end everyone here. It will end their political career immediately. I'm going to look. Don't dare. We will go out there and say, you looked. We can find, could be trillions of dollars of waste. Exactly. Trump talked yesterday about balancing the budget. So take that down. Now, obviously, during tax season, they're going to lead you to believe that this is going to cause you not to get your refund, right? Had it here just a minute ago. Let me see where it's at. Bada bing, bada boom. Give me number 54. And then I want to go from there to 55. Got a little coffee. Washington Post reports the IRS will close down 120 offices. Good. We don't need them. I mean, we put a good program in place, cut back the IRS. I don't even know if we need it. I don't like the IRS myself. Okay, great. Give me 55. A full list of Social Security offices closing after Doge cut. Social Security Administration headquarters in Maryland getting cut. Social Security shutters its civil rights and transformation offices. Are you serious? Realigning, cleaning it up, streamlining it, making it more efficient. We do not need duplicated services all across the country. Go find a job. That's what happens in the real world. Go find a job. You know, I find it interesting what makes these people much better, okay? I will not waste time on this. Out in Andrews, North Carolina. Andrews, North Carolina. Look this up, every bit of it. Baker, I think it's Baker Furniture Company, Baker Furniture Company. A big employer out in Andrews, North Carolina, big employer. They went out, gone, right? All the people that worked there, no more jobs. Now, this community used to have a very thriving community, very thriving high school, had a couple grocery stores. It was a great community, and people made a good living at the furniture store or at the furniture factory there in Baker, in Andrews. Wow, Andrews, North Carolina. Go look it all up. They closed it. People didn't have anything to do. You know what they did to the factory? They turned it into a career training center, right? A career training center. Blue Ridge, Georgia. Once the home of Levi Strauss. That's right. If you know people in Blue Ridge, Georgia in the age 60, 70, 80, they may have worked at Levi's in the sewing department, shipping, whatever, right? Levi's left and went to Mexico. Boom. Those people didn't get a 1-year severance. They didn't. They got, you know what they got? They had the government come in. Andrews, North Carolina, Blue Ridge, Georgia. The government came in and put in a retraining center for you, to retrain you. So you can go back out into the workforce and do what? Right? Remember that all over this country? You remember when all these jobs left after NAFTA and went to Mexico? What did we do? We went all over. We put in retraining centers. You'll find another job. Remember that? And we'll put in government retraining centers. Andrews, North Carolina. I love the place. I love the people. But what do they have now? A major drug problem. Major drug problem. A high school that is being closed. The people have left. Right? Grocery stores closed. I don't even think they have a full grocery store anymore right? I didn't want to get sidetracked, but I am so tired of these people crying. Go to one of the retraining centers. Get your ass retrained for something like Americans did all across this country when they just shut things down. Where'd that come from? All right, now moving right along. So, yeah, they're shutting it down. Now, don't forget this guy here. Diane, give me number 79, Billy Long. Now, Billy Long is also an auctioneer. I love the guy. He's an auctioneer. I think what we need to do is we need to get all this government equipment and have them government auctions. Boom, right? Billy Long. He will be the new acting head of the IRS. Can't wait. So, yesterday, the email. Let's go with video one. I got to get off my stump here. Video one, Diane.
I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. They haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. Maybe they're going to be gone. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they have other jobs. Maybe they moved. And
maybe they have other jobs. Do you know? I mean, it is a disaster. Do you know how many people out there that sign into a government computer and then leave and go to their job? Exactly, and you're paying them? They have jobs. It's not a second job. No. It's not a second job. Like many Americans have 2 and 3 jobs to try to pay the bills. They don't do the first one. All right, let's go with the other day, Trump with Macron in the office. Let's go to video 5.
I think that Doge could benefit from more streamlined communications. There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency has then told people to ignore it.
You're talking about the last email that was sent where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, where's all that? Where's the money gone? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far. And we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there. Because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold. So I think it was actually... There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Just saying. Now, let's listen to the deep state corporate corrupt media cry over what Elon says and how they chop up. Let's see. Let's go with Let's go with video 13.
To address the cabinet while Trump sat among their ranks. Musk detailed the work Doge has been doing to cut government spending, and he argued the efforts were a necessary check on federal spending and a deficit he said the country couldn't sustain.
If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here. And taking a lot of flack, and getting a lot of death threats, by the way. I mean, I'd like to stack them up, you know. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. And I'm confident at this point, knock on wood, you know, knock on my wooden head, there's got a lot of wood up there, that we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. And we bring the receipts. So people say, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction.
Yeah, they may be posting the receipt.
All right, so video 14.
What we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond. And some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual. So we're literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email?
That was non-cabinet member Elon Musk taking center stage during President Trump's first cabinet meeting, offering a new explanation for his ultimatum email. The question is, did the billionaire overshadow the commander-in-chief in that room? And it comes as Ukrainian president.
Did he overshadow the commander-in-chief? Did he marginalize the cabinet? Did he make them look small? Because we're doing the best we can at creating something that does not exist, a problem. At no time will you ever hear the media say, thank you, this is great. Yes, there's millions of dollars spent a year on empty office space. But, all right, now let me move over to, I want to get to Ukraine, and I want to get to the measles. It's 9:33, but let me have this one right here. Give me video. Let's see, where's Trump? Here's video 4. I want one more with Trump about showing up for work. Video 4.
We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home. You know, quote, working at home. They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at. How many of these people are getting checks, working at home, but they're not working because they have second jobs and even third jobs? You're going to find a lot of them. And those people are going to be fired because we have to make our government smaller. All right, one more question.
Once the tax cuts are complete and the markets out there know that we're shrinking the size of government, you cannot spend $1 trillion plus more than you bring in. I mean, the room is full of people that have that kind of common sense. Look at Linda McMahon, a billionaire in the room, a billionaire. But she and her husband made it the hard way. They worked for it, all right? They did. They worked their whole life for it. You cannot continue to spend $1 trillion plus 1.2 trillion, if not more, than revenue you bring in. We know that. We're broke. It has to stop. Trump is the first guy yesterday. He said, look, we're going to look at balancing the budget. When we look at balancing the budget, cutting the size of government, making our government efficient that works for us, get the tax cuts complete, it'll all come together. Now, Elon Musk, for just a minute, I have to close this up because I've got to talk about Vingupta, and I got to talk about the staged town halls, video 3. This is a lengthy video, Diane. We're not going to play the whole thing, but go ahead until I give you the stop sign, okay?
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Musk, are there about half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week? Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired, and when can the American people expect to see results from that?
Yes. Well, to be clear, I think that email perhaps was best interpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is should be anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond, and some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual, so we're just literally trying to figure out, are these people real, are they alive, and can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation for the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Musk, roughly a million
This is not a high bar, guys. Come on.
roughly a million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary or not to respond.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it was like last week, the president encouraged me via Truth Social and also via phone call to be more aggressive. And I was like, okay, yes, sir, Mr. President, we will indeed do that. The president is the commander-in-chief. I do what the president asks. And I said, can we send out an email to everyone just saying, what did you get done last week? And the president said yes, so it did that. We got a partial response. We're going to send another email. But our goal is not to be capricious or unfair. We want to give people every opportunity to send an email. And the email could simply be, what I'm working on is too sensitive or classified to describe. Like literally just, that would be sufficient. I think this is just common sense.
And what is your target number for how many workers, employees you're looking to cut total?
We wish to keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well. But if the job is not essential or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
Mr. Musk, I'd like to add, wait. I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. They haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. Maybe they're going to be gone. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they have other jobs. Maybe they moved and they're not where they're supposed to be. A lot of things could have happened. I wouldn't say that Biden ran a very tight administration. They spent money like nobody's ever spent money before, wasted money.
I didn't have a stopping point, Diane. I didn't have a stopping point. Here's the facts, okay? Just the facts. You want them? We told you about this yesterday. And I know firsthand it happens. How many supervisors out there, just saying, that report 10 employees? There's 3 extra. Just say it. Just say it. Right? Just say it. Do they exist? Are they alive? We did not do a performance review. So if you're out there, well, you know, the Department of Justice pushed back. Kash Patel said, no, not my. No. He was very clear. If you're working on classified, that's really all these departments did, or secretaries did in their departments, say, do not release any classified information. And what did the media do? They ran right out and said, oh my God, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and the State Department said, you know, you don't have to respond. No, it's not true. The people were in the room. All right. This is not Trump 2016. There's no division in this room. You got it? It's not happening. This room is not rushing to tell the Washington Post something. That's what's freaking them out. This room is not rushing to tell the New York Times something. That's what's freaking these people out. This room doesn't care that the HuffPo and the AP and Reuters are not in the room. That's what's freaking these people out, is that Rice, Rince, whatever, the Previs, those people, Paul Ryan, the leaks, and they're not there or your ass is gone. And it's freaking them out. That's what they can't stand. So Kash Patel doesn't hate Elon Musk. He's a commander-in-chief. Elon Musk got it correct. Like him or not, we've asked the question, what do you think? But the man said, you know, Mr. President, when he stood up, okay? When he stood up, he addressed him, Mr. President. I mean, no matter what you think, he said he's the commander-in-chief. And if he calls and tells me to do something, I say, yes, sir, Mr. President. Now, you can get mad all day long. But that's what this cabinet, that's what this guy, this is what, who's the real president. Elon Musk was very kind to Donald Trump in this meeting. And he took the questions. Absolutely took all the questions. He said this is not a performance review. So all Kash Patel did and all that Pam Bondi did, and then you have the ones that need to be gone and they leaked it out. We were told we didn't have to answer it. Oh my God, let's run that. No. There was never at any time did Elon Musk request from our State Department, Department of Justice, the FBI, no time. Diane, give me number 21. At no time did the FBI, Defense Department, Energy Department, Homeland Security, Justice Department, Health and Human Services, or the State Department, at no time were they ever asked for classified information. At no time. All they did is say, you know what? All they did was say, do not respond with any projects you're working on that should not be public at this time or whatever. Oh my God. They were told not to respond. Bullshit. All right. Just flat out. Get tired of that. It didn't happen. And Elon Musk never asked for a performance review and never asked for classified information. He said it in front of everybody in that room. And that room knows the truth. Let me tell you want to talk about leaks. How about the people that are still stuck in Mayorkas, right? Alejandro, what's his name? Mayorkas, that should be in prison, Homeland Security, that keeps leaking out where ICE is coming next. right? Media will not talk about that. You do not see that on the media, the leaks there, right? So, Diane, we probably should take a break right now. Let's take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Now, before we get into the Georgia side of our coverage this morning and discuss some things in Georgia a little after 10 o'clock, Stammer is coming. We're going to do that in a minute. Number one, from UK. To beg Trump. We talked about just Trump told you the EU, right? The EU was set up. We know why the EU was set up. I'm your host, BKP. You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. British Prime Minister to meet with Trump at the White House. Now, their political career, this was all set up, everything. Not one single report on truly what is being saved, truly the disaster the Biden administration was and continues to be, the mess that is left behind. And so these town halls, and Rich McCormick, I told you this for days. He folded like a lawn chair. Now, this is absolutely true. This is true, all right? And give me, Diane, give me number. I had one with CNN. Give me 16. All right, let's go with 16. And we're going to work backwards. House Republicans, okay? House Republicans hit the brakes on town halls after blowback over Trump's cuts. Now, what they want to tell you, what they want to lead you to believe, that Republicans won't do a town hall because, you know, there's so many people showing up and they're so upset at the cuts and they're so upset at their benefits and get your hands off my Social Security and all the above. It's not true. What really has happened is Republicans have been said, look, if you're going to get set up and you're going to fold like a lawn chair like this, this is the Georgia district. I'm going to talk about this a little more in Georgia. This is Rich McCormick, the 7th district, which includes North Fulton, got it? North Fulton, Forsyth, Dawson, Lumpkin, and Cherokee, a part of Cherokee County. Did I get it right this time? But they're told, hey, look, do teletown halls or whatever. You're getting set up. Number 15, Republicans face angry voters at town halls, hinting at broader backlash. No, that's not true. That's not true. Out in America, that's not really what happened. They didn't face angry voters at town halls. It was all set up. It was all staged. All right. Now, one, I have been to staged town halls. I've gotten the emails, and I went to a town hall, several, to see how it worked. I told you this earlier. I probably should not have shared this, but I'm on every liberal group I can get signed up. Oh, I get the email blast. Get here early. We want to occupy the front seats. I get all of them, so I could see what's happening. So give me number 13. All right. So last night, Caitlin Collins and Mike Johnson, and little Caitlin over there, the female Jim Acosta. Give me CNN. Where's it at here? I had it a minute ago. Paid protesters, video 10.
No, I don't, because the videos you saw of the town halls were for paid protesters in many of those places. These are Democrats who went to the events early and filled up the seats. If the videos had panned,
you can't argue they were all
building,
paid protesters, though, Mr. Speaker.
Many of
what
them
are your,
were.
What,
I
a
don't know.
Republican acknowledged they were his constituents.
One Republican acknowledged they were his constituents. That's fantastic. Okay, but they had Democrats come and fill the seats early, all right? This is an old playbook that they pulled out and ran, and it made it look like that what is happening in Washington is unpopular. But I'm going to tell you, Caitlin, the American people are behind what's happening. The DOGE efforts is polling over 80% right now. They want us to find efficiencies in the federal government. They want the government to be smaller and leaner and more accountable to the taxpayers. And that's what these efforts are all about. That's what the Republican Party is about. That's what our commitment is to do, to make government work better for the people. This is a restoration of common sense above everything else. And I think the American people are going to remain in favor of what's happening here.
She's sitting there like she doesn't know how it works, how the media is set up to be there. We're going to sit up front. We're going to scream. We're going to go in the back and scream from the back. You're going to video. Greg Bluestein, the AJC, will be there. We're going to tell everyone, right? It's all set up. Every bit of it. But again, I told you, Republicans, all of them actually, the minute they think their political career, their future, could be in jeopardy just that much, they fold. Not for you. No, they fold. So I know this is true and it's factual. Now, I told you also, they want to make RFK Jr. look like they want to make him look bad. So let's roll through that. Give me, they're going after him from all circles. Give me number 6, the measles yesterday, and his response to the measles. So this morning, Morning Joe, one of your favorites, let's see, before we get there. Number 30, they brought in Vengupta. Unvaccinated children die from measles. He downplayed it. RFK, he doesn't. And there is number 30. And again, he looks like he has to make the rounds at the hospital. I don't think he's ever 31. There he is, 31. And look at Minka. I mean, she's heartbroken. She's attempting to cry. You should have seen it. Minka was attempting tears. And here's Joe, number 32. Unvaccinated child dies with measles. And here you go, 33. If you were born before 1957, you have natural immunities, 57 to 89. You need to consider a booster. Here you go. You got the bird flu out there and everything. Number 34, right? 34, unvaccinated. You got to have the hazmat team. Number 36. Here are the hot spots that measles have been found. And let's go back to 29. So, vaccine the flu shot. So they canceled the meeting. The FDA cancels a meeting on the next flu shot. It doesn't mean they're not going to have a flu shot. The meeting got canceled. An email went out and they just maybe delayed it, canceled it. But video 15.
Otherwise known as encephalitis, very, very common. This is not uncommon. Extreme consequences are quite common.
Meanwhile, a vaccine advisory committee meeting to select strains of the flu to be included in the next season's flu shot has been canceled. A committee member says there was no explanation for the scrapped meeting, and a spokesperson for the Department of Health and Human Services, which oversees the FDA, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. It comes as the United States is in the midst of a particularly severe flu season already. The meetings are important because the virus changes year to year, and the vaccine must be updated to provide the best protection. And Dr. Gupta, that meeting is part of strategizing as to, what could be coming. What do you make of the abrupt cancellation, and does it give you pause in any way?
Well, Mika, what I would say is this is not common in presidential transitions. We didn't see this during the first Trump administration. We didn't see this in the George W. Bush administration, the Obama administration. It is not common to cancel these vaccine advisory meetings. Exactly to your point, your lead up was perfect. These are meant to plan ahead. There's a 6-month manufacturing cycle, Mika, for the flu vaccine. So there's a reason we schedule it in March, because 6 months down the road, turns out that's when we want to start getting our flu vaccines. And so the fact that we are not scheduling it, by the way, a similar vaccine advisory committee meeting was canceled just this week for a different purpose. The question here is, are these going to be rescheduled? Are they going to be rescheduled quickly? Not clear. And again, there's a 6-month turnaround. So if we don't do this quickly, perhaps flu strains are not going to be incorporated, or any new data into what we want to get immunized into people's arms come September of 2025.
We are absolutely risking a delay. There's never been a meeting canceled. It just never has happened. These people, it's unreal. Okay, so we know the BS, right? Here's the BS. Number 1, he is coming to America today. Number 19, is it Stammer? And the deal, right? Number 24. So there can't be a deal without, give me video 12. Let's go with Trump, video 12. We're going to run out of here really quickly.
Ukraine must be at the table at negotiations. There can be no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine.
Setting the stage, Britain's prime minister prepares to sway President Trump back toward Ukraine in a critical meeting at the White House today. Then,
let Europe figure it out. That's their neighbor. Video 11, Zelensky, Trump, Europe make guarantees. Let them figure it out. Video 11.
Of course, this agreement is about economics, but I asked for there to be at least an understanding that we are seeing things the same way, that all of this is part of future security guarantees.
President Trump talked about the deal during his cabinet meeting on Wednesday. It calls for a post-war reconstruction fund managed by the US and Ukraine, with money coming from the development of Ukrainian minerals and other natural resources. The US president laid out his position on security guarantees.
Well, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that because it's in, we're talking about Europe as their next door neighbor.
Are you serious? Video 9. Let's go ahead with 9.
How can you
All be vetted, by the way. All these people will be vetted.
How?
Okay?
Mr. President, on Ukraine, can you talk a little bit about what type of security guarantees you're willing to make?
Well, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that because it's in, we're talking about Europe as the next door neighbor. But we're going to make sure everything goes well. And as you know, we'll be making we'll be really partnering with Ukraine in terms of rare earth. We very much need rare earth. They have great rare earth. We'll be working with Secretary Burgum and with Chris. You'll be working on that together. And we're going to be able to have tremendous, this gives us, because we don't have that much of it here. We have some, but we don't have that much, and we need a lot more to really propel us to the next level to lead in every way. We're leading right now with AI. We're leading with everything right now, but we need resources. We have to double our electric capacity. We have to do many things. We have to really triple, if you think of it, the electric capacity from what we have right now, if you can believe it. So I just say this. So the deal we're making gets us, it brings us great wealth. We get back the money that we spent, and we hope that we're going to be able to settle this up. We want to settle it. We want to stop. I tell you what, I'm doing it for two reasons, but the number one reason by far is to watch all these people being killed. I see pictures every week, I assume satellite pictures mostly, but there's some pictures on site of thousands of soldiers that are being killed. They're being decimated because equipment today, military equipment, is so powerful and so devastating. And number one, I want to see people stop. And they're not from here, they're from primarily two other countries. And then, by the way, let's talk about the Middle East. We got to solve that problem too. And that's come a long way. We're doing very well in that also.
I want to play video 8 for one reason. Remember, I told you this the other day. They don't talk about this. Obama was sending pillows and blankets. And I said, we have the tape, Diane. I said to this audience, when Russia did go into Ukraine, Ukraine was able to start defending themselves with the weapons Trump sent. Not Obama, not Biden. Give me video 8.
You have to understand, he had no intention, in my opinion, of settling this war. I think he wanted the whole thing. When I got elected, we spoke, and I think we're going to have a deal. I can't guarantee that. A deal is a deal. Lots of crazy things happen in deals, right? But I think we're going to have a deal. If I didn't get elected, I believe he would have just continued to go through Ukraine, and over a period of time, a lot of people would have been killed, would have lasted for a period of time. And the reason that Ukraine, and I have great respect for the Ukraine as fighters, they have great fighters, but without our equipment, that war would have been over, like people said, in a very short period of time. And if you remember, I gave the javelins, and the javelins are the things that knocked out those tanks right at the beginning of the war. They said that Obama at the time gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. Well, I was the one that did that, but I want to see it come to an end.
Obama gave sheets. I gave javelins. Oh, 49. Number 49, Diane. Just two more graphics and we'll get out and go to the Georgia Hour, as we call it, that we will get to it sooner or later. 49. Doge will be on the ballot in this year's biggest election. 57. Don't forget, this was my favorite video of the day in Virginia. This was my favorite. This was my number 57. I love this one here. Trump says the European Union was formed to screw the United States. Ursula, how are you today? The Georgia Hour, Gene Hackman, 28. Gene Hackman. I got to do 30 seconds. The list goes on, right? The French Connection, Gene Hackman, dead. Bonnie and Clyde, he played Buck, the Hoosiers. How about the mayor of Mooseport? That was, Mississippi Burning and Royal. Royal Tenenbaums. Absolutely love that. That is a strange, I love the Royal Tenenbaums, Gene Hackman. The list goes on and on. What an amazing actor, dead at 95. I can't do it this weekend, but next weekend, I might watch a couple of his movies. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Good morning, folks. I'm your host, BKP. Welcome to the Georgia Hour on voiceofruralamerica.com. Yes, the Poseidon Adventure. That's right. I mean, the list goes on, and we are talking about this morning the death of Gene Hackman, 95 years old. So in Georgia, first of all, I have a warning. There will be a bad word in the segment. And I'll give you a heads up. So if you want to close your eyes, you can close your eyes, but there will be a bad word in the segment. Yes, that's the warning. Stay tuned. All right. So sometimes when it comes to Georgia, I don't know where to start. First of all, let me say this. Fox News is where conservatives, nope, go to carry water. So I get this, number 39, and I do like Jesse Waters, no pun intended, okay? I do like him, but why we can't just get Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, JFK, and, Epstein, why we can't just get the information, but Pam Bondi likely to release the list today. She went to Fox News. I'm just telling you. Anytime you see these people going to Fox News, Fox is there to help them carry a narrative. So take that down. Don't get your hopes built up on any of these kind of stories. Now, tonight, let me start here. We'll come back. Give me number 56. Now, Josh McCoon is the current chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, Inc. All right. And I say it that way. I'll explain later. We don't have to do it this morning. And David Cross is the current second vice chair. I'm the legitimate first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party, according to the delegates, but, well, they got rid of my AFs. Anyhow, but David Cross is the Georgia GOP second vice chair, and he is running for chairman against Josh McCoon. And, I say this no matter who it is. Go ask the questions. Go ask him why he should be chair and not Josh McCoon. Tonight, Republican Women of Hall County meeting. David Cross will be there. The address is right there on the screen. Gainesville Library, 127 Main Street, right there in Gainesville. Meet and greet at 6:30. And he'll be there at 6:30. The meeting starts. So I any candidate, if you step up and you're going to run for office, go ask the questions. If you're going to be a delegate to the state convention and you're going to want to try to think out who you want to vote for, go talk to him. Now, we'll talk a little more about that in just a minute. So let's start right here. Just let's ease into some things. Give me 63. Now, last year, you're going to like this one, right, Diane? Last year, State Senator Steve Gooch attempted to pass a bill for an America First license plate. Georgia, American First license plate. It would have the flag background. It'd be a Georgia license plate. Now, we're one of those states where you can pick 60 different ones. I'm exaggerating a little bit. And so much of the money in a specialty plate goes towards a cause, whatever. Last year, State Senator Steve Gooch tried to pass a bill saying Georgia, America First, and it was, a Democrat stood up and attacked him and said, why don't you make it, Trump first? So good morning, State Senator Gooch, Republican of Dahlonega, has again filed the bill that would create an America First license plate. When he tried last year, Senator John McLaurin, a Democrat of Sandy Springs, suggested an amendment changing it to Donald Trump first, which he said would reflect the heart and the spirit of the legislation. So this is back. Now, see if you recognize the guy in this picture. Number 72, see if you recognize the guy. Not the guy at the bottom. I already have mine. Georgia, BKP for Georgia, America First. I have mine. That's mine. I got mine. Boom, in my studio. Studio A. I'm a Studio B. So I already have my BKP for Georgia. I have my plate. That's right. So we wanted to start a little lighthearted. Now, the second one, the Senate all right, so I am getting mixed signals. But I will tell you this. I'm getting 3-1 right now, the odds, 3-1. 3 people say Kemp will not run for Senate, okay? People say he will not run for Senate. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, against John Ossoff. And then we have people acting like it's going to happen any day now. He's going to run. But I will say this. It's 3-1. I talked to 4 people. 3 say, no, he's not going to run. 1 person says yes. So why so much emphasis on the question, will he run for Senate, and the delay? Now, I was told that if he would say right now, whether you like Governor Kemp or not, he is the glue holding the legislative session together. If he would leak out a yes or no to the question, the legislative session under the Gold Dome, it would come unglued. People would come unglued. You would start seeing announcements. You would start seeing bills get tanked, not move, whatever. Seriously. So you will not hear from Kemp until after the session is over, because the place would come unglued. Now, in saying that, before we get to the tort reform, because we have something to report there, what's this guy up to, number 69? And I'm going to be very candid. I do like the guy. I like this guy. I do. I like him. I tell you what, he is, I like the guy. this is our Agriculture Commissioner, Tyler Harper. All right. Now, I like him for a couple reasons. Because when I talk to him, we look eye to eye. I don't have to get on a box. I don't have to look up, nothing. Tyler, about my height. This is a nice man, really. Now, I'm going to give you a couple things where he's concerned. He has a lot of positives if he wants to run for Senate. Now, if you go back and think about it, Tyler made sure he stood as close to Trump every time Trump came to Georgia. Everywhere Trump was at, Tyler tried to be in the picture left or right of Trump. Oh, absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. Storm damage right there. He is the agriculture commissioner. He's a very nice guy. He's actually a very good guy. Now, I don't know how he would do once he's forced to vote. Okay? But the plus he has is he's never wavered of his support for Donald Trump. And he has made sure, as the agriculture commissioner in the state of Georgia, everywhere Donald Trump, he is there. Made sure of it. And he doesn't have this voting record that you can go and dig and pick apart. So, what's he up to? Now, for quite some time, I said, Tyler up to something. Mr. Harper is up to something. Boy, he's America first, pro-Trump. Every time you turn around, he's standing next to Trump. So I've said for quite some time. Number 70, contender, question mark. So he goes to D.C. Now, he's a farmer. He's a former state senator. He's from Ocilla. And he is a farmer. I think his family, I think he's got one of the largest farms in the state of Georgia. All right? But if you want to run for Senate and you want to test the waters, right? You have to stop by the NRSC and say hello to Tim Scott and a couple senators. And that's the National Republican Senatorial Committee. The people that interview you and say, yes, we'll spend money on you. We think we want to hitch our horse to your wagon. We're going to pull you right through. So he is in D.C. Look at this, the NRSC. And great to stop by the NRSC while in D.C. this week to discuss expanding our Senate majority, growing the America First movement in Georgia, whoa, that's 2, and delivering on President Trump's agenda for the American people. Is Tyler Harper interested in being the next senator? So just saying, you do not stop by the NRSC in DC just to say hello. You don't do it. And on top of that, as you can see, NRSC right behind him, the logo. I'm just saying. Now, I do know this. Another person in Georgia stopped by the NRSC about 3 weeks ago, and it didn't go so well. In fact, it was a little lukewarm to the point that that individual is not bragging about stopping by to say hello and discussing expanding the Senate majority, America First, and President Trump's agenda, quite like Tyler Harper. I know that. I will, in time, I'll reveal who that individual is. Now, tort reform. We're going to keep going because of the fact that we're going to be out of time soon. And all right, some of the reporting on this touches, and let me put it this way, and you can figure out who it is, that's up to you, but touches on accuracy, but is not accurate. How about that? First of all, it's very simple. Governor Brian Kemp is staking almost his whole career on his tort reform bill. And it's caused a lot of problems in certain sectors of the state, one being attorneys, trial attorneys, and some judges, but trial attorneys. Now, a lot was made, and I'll just tell you how it works. I can tell you right now, I'll look you in the eye at the camera and tell you how it works. So the other night in the Senate, there was a frenzy all whooped up. Now, Greg Bluestein knows how it works. Patricia Murphy knows how it works. Channel 11, they all know how it works. But they report it a certain way. So the other night, when the tort reform was coming to the floor for the Senate, and there was concern, and it went to the media, and it was who to watch. Remember, watch for this one, and watch for this one, and watch for that trial attorney. And they floated out to you that there was some senators that were upset. And remember, even the article came out. This is just how corrupt it is. But I know how it works. And I don't want to say I'm the only one, but I'm close to the only one in the state that lays it out, and I don't get emotional up front. Remember the article just a couple days ago? Brian Kemp said, right, that if you don't support my bill, I will put money behind a primary challenger. Right. Remember that? All whooped up. And then you had the storm chasers, you know who they are. You had the people posted on their websites. And I agreed. It was pretty, but it was all done for a reason. Okay? And then that fear was put out there. Don't you dare vote. And then what did he say in that article? Because Greg Bluestein had the exclusive on it in the AJC. Kemp said in the article, even if, listen to me, even if you put amendments on the bill, I will go as far as to call a special session. Boy, Kemp playing hardball, tough. In fact, Cody Hall went on the AJC podcast. Is it just a coincidence how all this comes together? And if you put amendments on the bill, if you try to rewrite Governor Kemp's bill, right? If you try to rewrite it, seems like just a couple days, this came out very strong. Get to the point, BKP. All right, so here's the point. It was all set up, all right? The tort reform, to me, is a very corrupt bill. I got to say, like, very corrupt, all right? There's legalese in here. It changes things. It's got a lot of gray areas for interpretation. It's not a good piece of legislation. It's something that Brian Kemp is allowing, and senators they're allowing, for the most part, for lobbyists to push this. So that's number one. Lobbyists write the bill. So I don't know this for a fact when I say that, because I'm honest with this audience, but lobbyists write the bill. So we'll just say it like this. The lobbyists come into Kemp's office, maybe not directly to office, but they write the bills. How do you think these bills are written? I was asking, how do you think they're written? Do you think these lawmakers that go down there are just that bright? And do you think they have these amazing assistants, good people, nice people, and they sit up there and and there's some lawmaker that is dictating, all right, now write this down, paragraph 3, and write this down, and write this down, and no, nah, doesn't happen. Now, a lawmaker might write one of those 3-page bills to pull a stunt with, showing, waving American flag and pretending they've done something, like Will Wade did with the parental rights bill a couple years ago. But these 60-page bills, these 70-page or 30-page, whatever, no, the lobbyists write the bills. A team of lawyers go in with the lobbyists. They have their lawyers. They write the bills. They submit them to a legislative team. Burt Jones has a legislative team. John Burns has a legislative team, and so does the governor's office. So the lobbyists come in. They bring the bills in, and Kemp's team works with the lobbyist team, and they submit a bill that is basically written by lobbyists. Almost every bill down there is written by a lobbyist, how it works. Now, let's get to what happened. So you got to create pushback. And they do. If you amend my bill, just touch it. I'll call a special session. Well, I'll take my money and I will put it against primary challengers. Don't mess with my bill. So it goes to the Senate floor. And Bo Hatchett, a trial attorney, right, gets up and gives a passionate speech. Bo Hatchett gets up, senator, and gives a passionate speech about protecting the constitutional rights of his constituents. And Bo Hatchett submits an amendment to be voted on. And people go, oh my God. And it's voted on, and it's attached to the bill, and the bill passes in the Senate with an amendment. Now, I'm going to look at the camera and tell you something. I put a black marker in Vegas that the governor's office wrote the amendment. I put a black marker in Vegas. It was all set up because Bo Hatchett is an attorney, right? He is an attorney. And it was all set up because Bo Hatchett is a Senate floor leader for the governor's office, State Senator Bo Hatchett. And I'll make a bet that the governor's office wrote the amendment. I'll make a bet that the amendment was always in the wings ready. I'll make a bet that they knew at some given time that they would need an attorney, because attorneys are against this. A lot of attorneys are against this. And I'll make a bet that at some time they needed an attorney to go in and push back with an amendment. And then it could look as though if Bo Hatchett accepted it and voted for it with an amendment, so can you. Could that be possible? Right? Could it be possible that was all a setup? Now, we have the House. It's gone to the House. So here you go, the AJC. Politics. Diane, I want to ask you a question. Can you go to, this is testing myself. Can you go to the Georgia General Assembly, go to the House committees, and go to the legal? Is it legal or judicial? Judicial. Can you go to the Georgia General Assembly, go to House committees, and go to judicial and see who's the chairman? If you'll do that, I'd appreciate it. If you can. If you can't, no problem. So,
Got it.
number
Who is it?
Huh?
I got it. Who is it? It's a
You're
test.
seriously going to put me on the spot?
You know who it is.
Is it Stan Gunter?
Yep.
Why, hell. Tell me what I won. It's Stan Gunter, huh? Stan Gunter. Well. And who is Stan? Well, Stan's a Democrat that poses as a Republican. He's from Union County. He was a judge up there, a Superior Court judge. And he's definitely, so he's the chairman. Now, keep this in mind. The tort reform bill, right? It is all legalese, laws, judges, lawyers, and it's supposed to go through judicial. It's supposed to go through judicial, right? The committee. So give me number 64. We know Stan Gunter's the chair. This is the committee for the judicial over in the House. So take that down, right? Stan Gunter. Now, the AJC, tort time. House Speaker John Burns is taking more control over Brian Kemp's litigation overhaul by assigning it to a newly created subcommittee rather than the usual route through the Judicial Committee. He created a subcommittee. Got Democrats on there. He created his own committee for it. He took it away from the Judicial Committee. This is developing, folks. You got to pay attention to this. Burns said Wednesday that the panel will be chaired by State Rep Rob Leverett. All right. Now, can I get it? Can you go back to committee and see if he's even on the Judicial Committee? Because I didn't get to see. Can you look and see if Rob from Elberton, a Republican who specializes in real estate law, all right, and is seen as a no-nonsense, up-and-coming party figure. Is he on there? There he is. He's the chairman. He's the secretary. So he's going to be moved up, and he's named to a special committee, and he is a real estate attorney, not so. This strategic move helps Byrne and House leaders have more say over the polarizing measure, which passes the Senate with modest changes last week. It takes it away from Stan Gunter. This bill, Brian Kemp, Stan Gunter, this needs to come away from Union County, Towns County. Stan Gunter had to be pulled off of this. He had to be pulled off of it. Burns wants total control. All right? The governor's office does not want Stan Gunter chairing this. They don't want North Georgia, a very red district, very red area, going after this because we don't trust it with Stan Gunter. And Burns has been told by the governor's office, you let nothing happen to this and you tamp this down. Tort time, number 65. House Speaker John Burns is taking more control of the litigation. Burns said Wednesday that the panel will be chaired The strategic move helps Burns and the House leaders have more say over the polarizing measure. That message has spooked some in the House, where Burns' team is trying to navigate Kemp's drive to pass the legislation with bubbling upset unrest, all right, so from some in his caucus. Let me get that. Sorry for the bumbling. You see, Burns has been told, you get this through judicial subcommittee, you get Stan Gunter clear away from it. We don't want any more noise on this, right? We want no more noise on this. We don't want anything to hinder this. And we have some bubbling unrest. The measure has spooked them. Excuse me. The Speaker loaded the subcommittee with some of the House's most prominent voices on the issue. Among them are Rules Committee Chair Butch Parrish, right? Judiciary Subcommittee Chair Stan Gunter of Blairsville, and House Majority Leader Chuck forget it, I'm not even trying it. Stan is not chairing this. He's on the committee, but he's not chairing it, period. I know why he was removed. Give me number 66. The House is committed to working with Governor Kemp to pass meaningful lawsuit reform. This committee will champion legislation that brings balance to our courtrooms and stability to our insurance markets while upholding the rights of citizens with legitimate claims to be made whole. Now, I know this. In some three very red districts, House districts in the state of Georgia, there are litigators, attorneys that have a lot of power. Yes, I spoke to one the other day. A lot of power that are actually telling some of these House members or committee chair, maybe, you pass this, you put your name on this, you help push this, we will spend the money to primary you in your district. Now, see, Stan Gunter has had several primary challengers, one recently, but never one with enough money to really go up against Stan. This could change things. In fact, I could move to Blairsville and have the money to run against Stan. There's a thought, but it could happen. You see, this has got some of them very nervous. And the governor said, you don't mess this up. So we'll talk more about this, but keep an eye on it. All right. Now, I've only got 48 minutes or 12 minutes. Give me number 67. It's not unheard of. All right? It's not unheard of for a politician to change his spots. It's not. Whether you believe it or not, it can happen. Politicians can turn. Look at Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. I could show you one right after another when necessary. Chris Carr is making an attempt. I played the video yesterday, I think it was. All right. He's going to Washington, D.C. That's right. Attorney General Chris Carr filed a legal brief backing President Donald Trump's executive order barring federal agencies from funding gender-affirming surgeries for children. Chris Carr? Yes. Running for governor, the Attorney General, we will get into that tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow. Number 71, they all run to the AJC. Here's Burt Jones. I'm sorry, I'm not being negative to Burt Jones. He just happens to be the lieutenant governor, just happens to be the next in line to go kiss the ass of the AJC. I'm sorry, that's not directed at him. Yesterday there was a Republican kissing their ass. The day before, kissing their ass. Every single day they run to kiss their ass. Sorry, it's the only way I know to put it. Burt Jones over there at the AJC. This is not true. Jamie Dupree, veterans group, speak out against federal job cut 73 with Doug Collins. It is not true. This is a case, I don't have time. We only got 10 minutes. But number 74, State Election Board drops case alleging Georgia ballot collection scheme. I did crop that story out, but we don't have time to do it right now. So we will not. Now, I told you there'll be a bad word. And I want to get this out now because it'll probably get ugly. Now, as you well know, take that down here. Bad word alert. Now, as you well know, I refer to John Fredericks as the Godzilla of bullshit. You know that. I've done it for God knows how long. He knows it. I always do. I have always retweeted him in the past, the Godzilla of bullshit, right? Now, one of the worst things, and I'll go into detail, yes, I'm not just throwing that out there. One of the worst things that ever happened to the state of Georgia is John Fredericks. One of the worst things that's ever happened. One of the worst things that's ever happened to Georgia politics is John Fredericks. Now, if you look at when he got here, how many Senate seats we've lost, the disaster, this guy is here in Georgia for no good reason. No good reason. He's a bad guy, all right? And he thinks I'm a bad guy, so we're even, right? He doesn't like me. So during the campaign, and I've always called him, during the Trump campaign, I retweeted him, Godzilla bullshit, because there was an article out there, and I'm not going to go back, that tied him to somebody that seemed to have some bad money. We'll put it like that. So he called me up. I told you the whole story, right? And then I went on a show. We have the tape. I went on a show. And he said, let's bury the hatchet. I'm going to apologize to you. I have the apology, right? I'm going to apologize to you. Let's bury the hatchet. Let's get Trump elected. And I agreed with that. I'll look at the camera. I agreed with that. I said, okay, John, let's get Trump elected. You apologize. Let's bury the hatchet. All right. So I sent him a message not long ago and said, hey, David Cross is running for chair. I know of somebody that might be running for first vice chair. Can I get you to set them up an interview? Well, he sent me back. Let me see. I'm gonna just tell you right here, okay? Let me make sure. I got it here. Hang tight. Let's see. And there's a reason I'm going to show you this, because the guy's not a good guy, all right? Where's he at? Do I have it under Godzilla bullshit? All right. When you're going to have so-and-so on the show to announce they're running for chair and first vice chair, he texted me back and he said, I'll give you a time. All right. So I was waiting on that. Was last Thursday. I'll give you a time. Okay. That's all I said. I didn't say anything ugly. I didn't call him Godzilla bullshit or nothing. So the other day he goes on there, and every Wednesday he has this group called the Peach Crew. And I'm very disappointed in one person on there, very disappointed. We'll leave it at that. So I did. In fairness, I came out of the box. a little hot, number 58. And he tweeted out straw poll, blah, 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 blah. And I went on there and I retweeted, okay? So he, little strong, that was me, right? That was me. I said, come on, Godzilla of bullshit. There you go. Just saying. I put it out there. When are you going to have David Cross, candidate for Georgia Republican chair, on your show? Please tell us you're not carrying the water for Josh McCoon. And then I said, who is paying you for your Wednesday Peach Pit segment? The Peach Pits, all right? I'm disappointed in one, really disappointed. It's beneath the individual, but he is a disaster for Georgia politics. He's got to go. So who is paying you for your, so hey, please tell us you're not carrying the water for Josh McCoon. You're going to give David a shot, you give Josh a shot. Maybe you moderate a debate. I don't know. When are you going to put him on there, Godzilla bullshit? When are you going to tell us, right? Here is how he answered me. I must have really upset him because number 59, he said, Josh McCoon is a dear friend. So what? What? That's pretty ugly. Wow. Now, this is a tweet that he responded. So this is not private. If you send me a private message and you tell me blah, 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 yeah, I'm not going to put it out there. It's a private message. That's not right. I don't do that. But this was public. And then he tagged the Peach Crew, a.k.a. the Peach Pits. Josh McCoon is a dear friend. So, wow. So I guess he is carrying the water. Wonder who's paying the bill carrying that water. Just saying. Just saying. He needed to stay where he was at. He does not need to be in Georgia. He is a serious problem. Now, wrapping up the day, this is a problem, and it will come back to haunt the Republican Party, number 78, all right? And this is going to get me in trouble, but this is a problem. Candace Taylor congressional bid for the 1st district. This is a big problem for Republicans in Georgia, not conservatives, not MAGA, all right? She has moved all the way over into the Brian Kemp camp. She said it herself. And she would support Brian Kemp if he runs for office. She said that herself. Gave him a hug. Ain't no damn way under the sun Brian Kemp is getting a hug. I told you a story one time. I went to an event. This is just a couple years ago. And it was like 35 people in the room. And I was in the back of the room. I'm going to go with 35 people in the room. And Brian Kemp shook 34 hands. Absolutely. No joke. 34 hands. And I was number 35. He won't even shake my hand. But she hugged him. The media, the national media, all media is going to pull her to be the center of the Republican Party in Georgia. Be careful. All right. Diane, I don't know if we accomplished anything. Look at number 58. Diane, put that up again. That was pretty mean, ain't it? I just asked him. Did you see that, Diane, number 58? Look at that. I mean, come on, Godzilla. Come on. He knows, right? Then he told me to go, what? 59. Did you see that, Diane? Did you see that? He told me to go. Wow, that was pretty ugly. Wow, that was pretty ugly. Well, he is the Godzilla bullshit. David Cross, Garland Favorito, as you know from me, you're always going to hear, go ask the questions yourself. God knows John Fredericks won't, 56. John Frederick, that's one McCoon ass kisser. He's a close friend. Josh is a good friend of mine. Oh, that cracked me up. All right, there you go. Tonight, go see David and Garland over at Republican Women of Hall County meeting. There you go. It's at the library in Gainesville. Starts meet and greet, handshaking at 6:30. The meeting starts. I always say, don't just vote for someone. Ask them the questions. Diane, it's Thursday, and here's how this is going to work. I will see you Friday at 8 a.m.
Hello, sorry I had to set up a few more things before I came on, but hope y'all are having a wonderful morning. I've got lots of things on tap for today, so let's get started. So the other day I told you about Peter Bernegger and that you need to follow him. Well, here, let me refresh this page because he's released a couple more since we've been on the show, I do believe. Yeah, so an hour ago he's showing how Hakeem Jeffries is in the smurfing. Remember we talked about smurfing. Probably it was before the election we talked about smurfing. I know Brian talked about it on the show. I brought it up a little bit yesterday, but what smurfing is that the Act Blue. Act Blue gets money from, and they put them on all these little bitty debit cards. And then it's coming in to, through Act Blue into these politicians' accounts. It's really easy to find because you have all these, like, one person could have hundreds of small dollar campaign contributions through Act Blue into specific accounts. I've seen it here in Gilmer County. There's a couple of people that the Democrats use in Gilmer County that have all these little bitty dollar amount contributions. And what they have found is that most of them are from prepaid debit cards that aren't easily tracked, so you don't know where the money's coming from, but they're using those names to do this. James O'Keefe had a video on it. You can go look it up with Act Blue. So anyway, Hakeem Jeffries, he's got some smurfing going on. Senator Tester out of Montana has been caught. Sherrod Brown of Ohio has been caught. And the list just goes on and on and on. Washington State, Patty Murphy. Warnock, we brought that up to you yesterday. Ruben Gallio, not sure where he's located. So it's all these smurfing campaigns that are being found. And if you're not on his Twitter feed, Peter Bernegger, then you need to go follow him because he's releasing all of that. So there's that. Next, we're going to talk about a couple of investigations that are going to be coming out. Trump orders FBI to investigate Bill Gates for blitzing America with toxic chemtrails. You've seen those eerie geometric streaks crisscrossing the sky, unnaturally precise, a phenomenon dismissed by mainstream media in their relentless gaslighting of humanity. Key members of the Trump administration have seen them too. They've been briefed by high-level investigators who've spent years uncovering the truth, and now they're ready to act. Their target? The elite masterminds behind the mass spraying of chemtrails, aluminum, barium toxins, killing our air, manipulating our weather, and tightening their grip on global control. But the real war isn't against the nameless operatives carrying out these crimes. It's against the untouchable overlords who believe they're beyond consequence. That illusion is crumbling. The people are waking up. The fury is boiling over. The calls for justice are deafening. So this is a long video you can watch, but that's the gist of the video. So they're going after the chemtrail industry, and Bill Gates is sitting at the top. So watch for more investigations on that. Then we have breaking. United States Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger is ranked as the third dirtiest Capitol cop to ever don the uniform, and he's back to his old tricks again. I'm giving Manger 48 hours to inform the country of what occurred during President Trump's inauguration last month. I just found out today. Once again, Manger, has done the country a disservice as he tries to cover up security malfeasance that could have easily put the life of our president in danger. I want nothing more than to be done with Manger. I will not be silent about this. For Tarek Johnson, former lieutenant of the U.S. Capitol Police, and here is Manger. I'm not sure what he has done. It doesn't go into what was done. Let's see if this says anything more. No, it doesn't. But be on the lookout for something coming out about him and what happened on Inauguration Day. Doge has just blocked $52 million payment to the World Economic Forum. I think we talked about that yesterday or the day before, but just a little reminder that that's being stopped. And Hillary Clinton guilty of espionage, violation of code, gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information. The FBI and DOJ were ordered by Barack Obama not to arrest Hillary Clinton for espionage. In fact, the criminals at the FBI and the DOJ effectively served Clinton's personal defense attorneys. Comey saying, "What I can assure the American people is that this investigation has done honestly, anyway, you can read it. Let's see. John Ratcliffe, isn't he on Trump's administration? I gotta go double check that one. I meant to look before I posted this. So I'm sure they're looking into Clinton. The statute of limitations for the espionage in the United States is 10 years. This means arrest Hillary Clinton, arrest her once for the crime of espionage and violation of code number there. So probably gonna see something. The just revealed FBI agent Lisa Page transcripts to the make the Obama Justice Department look exactly like it was. Broken, corrupt machine. Hopefully justice can finally be served. Much more to come, and that's coming from Trump. So we can see more information coming out on that. Next we have so Dan Crenshaw made some threatening comments about Tucker, saying that if he sees him, next time he sees him, he's going to kill him. Well, Tucker sent that to file an ethics complaint. So we'll probably see some information coming out on that as well. Lots of things moving right now. Just in, Kash Patel and the FBI have launched an investigation into former James Comey spying on President Trump in 2016 campaign. Justice is coming. Comey and the Obama FBI sent 2 female honeypot agents, which we talked about this yesterday. The operation was off the books, and the Trump FBI is now attempting to locate those agents. So we're getting information is beginning to be released. Then we have Nancy Pelosi and her stock trading. He was on, the guy that's been following it is on Tucker's show. But let's take a listen to the 60-minute interview that was posted, and then we'll go in to listen to a quick snippet of the interview with Chris Josephs, who runs Nancy Pelosi's stock trader thing on X. So let's listen.
I wanted to ask you why you and your husband back in March of 2008 accepted and participated in a very large IPO deal from Visa at a time there was major legislation affecting the credit card companies making its way through the House. And did you consider that to be a conflict of interest?
I don't know what your point is of your question. Is there some point that you want to make with that?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you think it's all right for a speaker to accept a very preferential and favorable stock deal.
Well, we didn't.
And you participated in the IPO.
Well, I have many
And at the time you were
investments, but I
Speaker
don't
of the
think-
House. You don't think it was a conflict of interest or had the appearance
No,
of a
it was
conflict
not.
of
It
interest?
doesn't. It only has appearance if you decide that you're going to have elaborate on a false premise. But it's not true, and that's that.
I don't understand what
Yeah.
part's not true.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to
that I
ask
would act upon an investment. Yes.
I wanted to ask you why you.
So this is a stance that Nancy continues to take on when she's called out on things. It's just saying it's not true and playing dumb. So let's take a listen to part of the interview that Tucker has released.
Yeah, I mean, though, if I can snap my fingers and have it just go away.
Of course, but you can't,
Sure,
unfortunately. So, okay. So you see this and you decide that this is going on, that there's corruption, that people, that politicians are supposed to be protecting and serving the country are actually using this information to their own advantage while the country rots. How did you discover that Pelosi was then Speaker of the House was particularly successful?
Yeah, Pelosi. So Pelosi gets a lot of headlines for obvious reasons. One, millions. It massively outweighs what the other politicians are trading. And I'm talking like she's trading 50 to 60 million while everyone else is trading smaller amounts.
What?
When she got married, I think it was in 2012. And there's a whole arc for her. She got married in 2012 to Paul Pelosi, ex-VC.
No, she's been married to Paul Pelosi for decades.
Oh, has she? Then when they got married, I'm mixing up. 2012 is when the Stock Act started.
Right.
That's when they had to start showcasing it. When she got married to Paul, they were worth around 20 million, their net worth. Their net worth now is around 260 million. So you're 10xing that. How? She's been a career-long politician, making 175K. Her husband's very, very successful in stocks, particularly tech stocks. It all started with her in 2020 when she bought Tesla. And this is when I personally started paying attention. And then you look back and it's like, holy shit, this has been going on forever. And that actually started back in with the Visa IPO. So with the Visa IPO, she and her husband were able to get privileged ways to buy in on the IPO. And no one knows how, no one knows why. And then the stock absolutely crushed it. So that was brought up on a 60 Minutes interview. And that was that iconic interview from the reporter asking her, like, do you think this should be allowed? Is this fine that you got in on the Visa? And then, this is 10, 12 years ago. Nothing necessarily happened. Again, 2020 comes around, COVID. So people already necessarily know about her. She now starts trading stocks again, and it's getting blown up on social media because while everyone's with COVID, what are they doing? They're on social media and they're trading stocks. So now everyone's like acutely watching these things and paying attention. She, in end of 2020, right after Biden got elected, she went and bought up to $5 million of Tesla calls. And I can go on forever about the details of these things. She's not just buying stock. Well, her husband's not just buying. She's buying these things called leaps. And what a leap is a options contract that allows you to buy a stock and be bullish on a stock at a much cheaper cost basis. So instead of you needing $5 million to buy, X amount of quote unquote risk in a stock for it to go up, you can actually take that $5 million and buy a leap, and it gives you a broader delta so that you can make more money.
Yeah.
It's essentially higher risk, high reward. So she goes and she's buying these leaps. She's not just buying the stocks in them. She buys leaps in Tesla at the end of 2020, right after Biden got elected. 2021 comes around, 2019 into 2020, because that was when Biden started. There's so many dates. But when Biden's first few weeks in office, he introduces the Build Back Better 1.3, 2.3, whatever massive infrastructure bill.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Very well.
Part of that bill had tons of not only subsidies for the electric vehicle industry, but also money to build out and invest for the charging ports for electric vehicles. Because, you can't just tell people to go buy electric cars.
Nowhere to
you need to
charge
have
them.
the infrastructure. Yeah. So when you start following the timeline on it, it's like, okay, Biden gets elected. She buys up to $5 million of leaps, which are very.
That was just getting good. So Tucker's got that on X. You can watch the whole episode, but it's just all about Pelosi and what she's been doing. So you can go check that out. I'll find the video and put it on my Twitter feed, so you can easily find it. So the so yesterday we talked about Tim Burchett talking about the terrorists being funded by USAID. Well, here's some testimony during the DOJ subcommittee. So let's take a listen. And they're going to talk more about the terrorist funding.
Mr. Roman, are you aware that we are sending $40 million a week to the Taliban?
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of foreign aid going to terrorist organizations?
We have assisted al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been instances of the Hamzi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kataiba Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Shams in Syria. Dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance from U.S. foreign aid.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the mechanisms in place that are to stop foreign aid from going to terrorist groups, and why are they not working if we have any in place? Sure. And I would note that these are, you notice these are terrorist weaponry. You see some AKs, SKSs, some snipers, some clips, some clip carriers probably made in China, and I believe these are small landmines here beside right there.
Let's use Gaza as our case study. $2.1 billion in American taxpayers' money to Gaza since October 7th when Hamas invaded southern Israel. USAID money was going in terms of an emergency use authorization to try to go to parties that USAID formerly had a relationship with in the Gaza Strip. They had to have been vetted by OFAC. They should have been vetted against the special designated terror list from the State Department and from other Treasury organizations. Waivers were granted because they said that there was an emergency use to have that money come in to Gaza, thereby jettisoning the usual typical screening procedures. As a result, 90% of aid that was going from the United States by way of its agents in Gaza ended up in Hamas-controlled areas. And this is ridiculous. Essentially, what the U.S. assistance to Gaza did was underwrite the ability for Hamas to survive until the ceasefire was just passed a few weeks ago. There was no strategic thought for it, and there was no screening.
Seems like the emergency might have been armed terrorists to kill civilians. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate, and even more than that, Samantha Powers, the administrator for USAID, was intent on having Israel not be able to defend itself.
To not be able to defend it?
Correct.
Mr. Primorak, is that correct? How do you say that? Primorak? I got Burchett, man. Nobody gets mine right, so don't worry about it. What is it, Primorak?
Perfect.
All right, thanks, brother. How did terrorists exploit our foreign aid loopholes?
Well, we have a lot of our international.
Can you pull your mic up? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have international NGOs and UN agencies actively lobby here in Washington, D.C. against vetting policies that would prevent it. I was the senior vetting officer at USAID, and what we did.
Did you say United Nations is doing this? The UN?
Sure. Everybody who's getting money lobbies here.
That they're lobbying against us. I'm sorry, Mr. Roman.
There's actually someone who used to work for one of those lobbies, the largest NGO lobby, Interaction. One of our co-witnesses here worked for them from 2018 to 2023. USAID effectively self-funds its own external private lobby that then goes back to Congress and asks for more money for USAID.
So the taxpayers fund this lobbyist who's working against American interests.
Correct.
Possibly killing our allies and possibly Americans.
They bring together groups in Washington that oversees work with groups that kill Americans.
Yeah, I don't need a flow chart to show that. I appreciate it. Do you think USAID programs have been aligned with the national security interests of the U.S.?
No, they have not. They have actually helped China.
Mr. Roman?
No.
Okay. How do these programs compromise our national security, Mr. Primorak?
They actually push China. They actually push much of the world towards China on the green energy agenda. They push people, ordinary people, billions of people towards China because of the resentment caused by our social re-engineering.
Are we being lobbied by these pro-communist China groups currently?
But a lot of these countries don't even have to lobby because they get the money anyway, like South Africa.
Yeah, and in fact, these lobbyists have come to the House and have tried to kill legislation like H.R. 160, which was meant to increase transparency in USAID's funding of overseas organizations.
Is that a current piece of legislation?
That's from the last session.
And give me that number again.
H.R. 160.
And what does it do?
It was meant to give U.S. lawmakers the ability to have higher transparency in terror financing investigations aimed at scrutinizing extremist groups.
Mr. Premack?
We had a regulation before we left in the last administration that anybody who touches money in countries where there's terrorists, those names have to go through databases, terrorist databases. That was overturned by Biden.
Overturned by Biden. Chair Lady, I am currently 5 seconds, but I wanted to mention something. There's a lot of rhetoric used on this committee, and I would urge my friends on both sides of the aisle, let's stick to the actual information. This rhetoric is, I've received death threats, and I know the Chair Lady has, and it needs to stop. We need to tone it down. Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you.
Okay, so just to recap, let me see if I can do the show more, and it'll recap everything. Nope, it doesn't. So, for instance, we funded 90% of our money from Gaza went to terrorists. The how they did that, as it was not regulated or looked at, was through emergency powers. Seems to me emergency powers are bad news for any agency. Samantha Powers, the chair of, or the director of USAID, was okay with giving money for Israel not to defend itself. That's on the screen. USAID has taxpayer-funded lobbyists in D.C. asking for more money for USAID to go against American interests. The UN is lobbying for USAID. There's a push for the world to go to China. USAID is doing that because of the push of Green New Deal and the push of social engineering programs. And we'll have to take a look at that HR 160 and see if Burchett is going to push for that as it focuses on transparency within these bureaucracies. So we talked about Data Republican. She was brought into our focus probably about a month or so ago when she started posting. Maybe it's been 2 months. No. It was after Trump got elected, or maybe right before, right around Inauguration Day, I do believe. So anyway, she is making some waves. I've got a little bit more that I want to... I've got 2 videos about her, and then I'm going to have to... I've got an article that I'll bring up later in the show because it's somewhere along my list. But that she's basically quit her job and going to work for Elon Musk. And I think this video, if it's not this video, it's the next video that talks about that. So let's take a listen.
Big picture, with all the databases you're looking at and taxpayer money, how much do you think is being wasted or stolen?
If I had to guess, I would say it's over 100 billion. But what's more important is what they're doing with that money.
The mythical X account Data Republican, shared over and over again by Elon Musk himself, is a real person, a former programmer, now full-time calling out government waste like exposing USAID. How did you get the attention of Elon Musk?
Honestly, I don't know. You'll have to ask him, but I'm grateful. One day, you just, I tweeted what everybody should. I just tweeted what I found, and then he tweeted everyone should follow the data Republican. My jaw dropped to the floor, and I thought, what, is this real life? But I guess tech people find tech people. I want to be clear. I don't communicate directly with Elon. He found me and supports my work. But I have communicated with some people that are involved with Doge just on the side. And I don't want to say much more about that, but I have a working relationship.
She goes by Data and uses AI tools to search public databases for waste and fraud. She's been to D.C. to meet with Elon Musk's Doge team and publishes all her findings on X and her website. Charity funding, federal grants, non-governmental organizations funded by taxpayers. It's all there. What do you say to people who think that this data, these databases, these numbers have been out there for a long time, that they've been public for a long time, and that it's sort of like a publicity stunt that they're getting all this attention now?
That's just an ignorant assumption. Data does not equal transparency. I am a database expert, a database scientist. I am a kernel engineer, and the numbers do not lie. What I did was I added the index to the book so that people can actually find the awards, what they're looking for. And you have to understand, without AI, this would not be possible because the book is so large, nobody can sit down and read the entire thing.
Her next project could be even bigger, investigating and exposing what she believes are corrupt politicians and judges. She posted this weekend, still working on the People Connection mega project. This will be my first truly financially high-cost initiative, so I need to get it just right.
So my project right now is to work on analyzing connections and relationships between people in the government, because if you research people long enough, you start to notice that they're all working together. They're all married. They're all in-laws. They know each other. They all sit on the same board for many years. And that's my project, to map those relationships and put it on my website.
She says Democrats and Republicans are both to blame.
I cannot tell you enough how much both are involved. It is everywhere. Now we even have members of Congress. So we have sitting members of Congress that actually sit on the NGOs right now. They vote in Congress for money for themselves, and they sit on the same NGOs that they're voting to get money. It is a huge conflict of interest, and it's buried very deep. The numbers don't lie. This is not a partisan issue, and if the American people understood completely what we're finding, there would be outrage across the board.
Are you ever scared? Because exposing things like that, the ways people are making big money secretly within our government, seems like it could put you at risk.
Oh, yes. We had to change the way we live entirely, quickly. But, you know, sometimes God calls you for a mission, and you must answer that call.
So that's a little bit about her. And so she's actually had to quit her job and do a lot of things because of what she's finding and the threats that she's under. Here's another. So we just heard her say that there's NGOs. Actually, this is probably the same video. Let's see if she expands on it. If it seems to be the same video, we'll move on.
But do you think you're going to find a lot of corruption, not only with Democrats, but also with Republicans?
Oh, I already did. You said this threats of, you see, the structure of the NGOs, The worst government associated one was invented during the communist regime during Reagan. And we did this in order to fight communism around the world, fight the spread of communism. And what they did was they ended up setting up a soft power structure to influence the world to stop the spread of communism in the 80s. Well, the communism that we were fighting. So they created a situation structure where the Republicans and the Democrats work together. And then they decided to create the NED, and it splits. So the NED is split into the National Democrats and then the International Republican Institute. Democrats, Republicans are both under the NED. And the NED was designed to influence the world to stop the spread of communism. So they thought it would be fair. We'll give some money to the Republicans, some money to the Democrats, so that when they influence the world, they're getting both perspectives. But so when the communism in Europe you're fighting fell, the NGOs did not disband. Somehow they got bigger. They got more money. They got more power. And now they've truly become, they label themselves the protectors of democracy. And now they believe that any challenge to them is challenging, quote unquote, democracy. But really, it's the democracy they set up in this soft power structure underneath our law.
And it's Democrats and Republicans?
Yes. I cannot tell you enough how much both are involved. It is everywhere. Now we even have members of Congress. So we have sitting members of Congress that actually sit on the NGOs right now. They vote in Congress for money for themselves, and they sit on the same NGOs that they're voting to get money. It is a huge conflict of interest, and it's buried very deep.
Is it all about the money?
I think they're the way good. Listen, I think they believe they're doing a good mission. I believe that they've told themselves that I think they truly believe that without their influence that the Western world will fall. And it means that their power is top priority. And that also means that obviously their finances are the top priority. So yes, to answer your question, it is all about the money. But they tell themselves a good story, all villains do.
So what she's doing, I've taken her information that she's done and put in a couple of local charities, and it's tied back to USAID. Maybe someday soon I'll go into kind of the flow of things that I have found, but there's some ties of what she's doing even locally. So the database and the system that she's putting together is truly amazing, and eye-opening on how deep her information is going. So I don't know if I played it on the show or if it's something that I watched independently. I can't remember. But she has an episode with Glenn Beck that's kind of opens up and introduces you to her website. And that's what I watched. And then I was like, I wonder. And sure enough, I found some ties to what she's doing here in Gilmer County. So So with that being said, President Trump has signed an executive order requiring an audit of every NGO that relies on federal funding. So if you get $1 from tax payers, you're going to be audited. And taxpayer dollars are going to be spent on the were going to be spent on the following items. So this is just another list of Doge findings. And let's see, let's put up our nifty little calculator. We're at 143 as the savings for Doge. I'm wondering, when is the Doge clock going to actually slow down that national debt? That's what I'm keep hoping, that national debt will slow down as Elon is finding more and more savings in the Doge. As of yet, it hasn't really slowed down much. You can still see those numbers just flying by. So I'm just hoping that will eventually slow down. One thing, the biggest thing right here that I see is $520 million to consult and do ESG investments in Africa and mobilize the private sector resources and enterprise. So there's a little bit of spending that Doge is finding. That $52 million to World Economic Forum. All right. Here's Secretary Lutnick. This is a 15-minute video. Well, it's pretty important. Let's go ahead and take a listen. I may not play the whole thing, but it is on my Twitter feed if you wanted to go back and take a listen. But it's pretty important. He goes into some things that they're doing.
Thanks for having us here at the Commerce Department.
Great to be with you.
How'd that cabinet meeting go today? First one.
It was so fun. We have such a great cabinet. There's great camaraderie. The feeling is just fire. And this administration is winning. Every day it's winning.
Let me talk about what you were talking about there, the EB-5 program, which is gold green cards, $5 million that essentially gets you a pathway to citizenship. Explain, first of all, how that came to be.
So there's an EB-5 program that always had, if you invest in real estate or make a loan in America, you get a path to citizenship with a green card. And so the president had conversations over the weekend with his friend John Paulson, who came up and said, hey, why aren't we doing better with that? He called me, we talked about it, then I did work over the weekend on Monday, and on Tuesday at a press conference, the president comes out and gives the path, which says, imagine if we sell 1 million of them. That's $5 trillion, and that pays off our debt, drives down interest rates, and makes America amazing.
So the coverage of it, Trump gold card to offer rich foreigners route to U.S. citizenship for $5 million. Trump says U.S. can pay off $36 trillion debt by selling wealthy immigrants $5 million gold card visas. And then Politico took another take. Trump, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. What do you say to people who say...
oh, come on.
Yeah, no, not about that. Are they going to be vetted, first of all?
Of course. Deeply vetted, and we said that from the first minute go. These are vetted people. These are going to be great global citizens who are going to bring entrepreneurial spirit, capacity, and growth to America. If one of them comes in, think of the jobs they're going to bring with them, the businesses they're going to bring with them, and they're going to pay American taxes as well. So this is huge money for America.
And how many people are waiting in this line currently?
So there are 250,000 people waiting in line now. If they're willing to pay the $5 million, that's over $1 trillion that comes directly to $1.25 trillion just for that line. And I think these people are going to come enormous ways because they know they can come into America and they can be in the greatest country on earth.
You're kind of bullish when you talk about paying down the debt, and you said it again today in the cabinet meeting. You truly believe that with this program, with Doge, you can make this money all materialize and counteract a really skyrocketing deficit?
So if you go back to my Twitter feed, which I'm sure no one does, but October 14th, when I recruited Elon and came up with the name Doge, October 14th, we agreed to balance the budget, that he would take $1 trillion of expense out. Remember, we have just under $4 trillion of entitlements, but no one's ever gone through it. No one's ever looked at it. If I told you no one's ever looked at it, you've got to assume 25% is just mistakes, errors, and is wrong. That's $1 trillion a year. We do tariffs. We do the gold card. We drill, baby, drill, and we get rid of these tax scams that are all over the United States of America, and that'll produce $1 trillion in revenue, $1 trillion in cuts, and $1 trillion in revenue always balances this budget, and we're going to do it.
Very successful businessman. Your firm, very successful. Were you always pro-tariff?
No, I didn't even know what a tariff was until I met Donald Trump. I mean, basically, look, I worked, I made money, and then when I was at the top of my game, we had September 11th, and my world was destroyed, and all I really wanted to do was rebuild the company and take care of those families. I didn't really think about politics until Donald Trump called me at the end of 2023 and asked me would I help him. Now, he was my friend. He's been my friend for decades and decades, and I decided I would help him. And that's when he started teaching me about tariffs. So I want to be clear. Donald Trump taught me first, but then I'm a very, very quick learner, and I read a lot, and I understand everything about tariffs now. And that's why he gave that order on January 20th, launching me to study everything, which gives him all the tools on April 1st, so he can set tariffs across the world on April 2nd.
So he says numerous times that tariff is now one of his favorite words, right. One of the top 4 at least. Right. He says it is pure good. It's going to enrich the country. You believe that?
I do believe it, because we have to care about Americans. You know, the global view that says if I move car manufacturing out of Michigan, out of Ohio, to Mexico, and to Canada, doesn't that lower our costs? It does. But what does it do to Americans who live in Michigan and Ohio? You know what it does? It decimates their community. You lose U.S. Steel from Pittsburgh, you are going to blitz Pittsburgh and that whole community. So someone's got to care about these workers. Someone's got to care about these people. And the combination of bringing that back, that manufacturing back, or you don't want to bring it back, you pay the duty on the way in the door, you pay the tariff on the way in the door. It's a win-win. You're going to see unbelievable growth from the American economy, and we're going to balance the budget with those money.
So if it's pure good, if it is for enrichment, why delay it at all? Why not levy the tariffs tomorrow?
Oh, because the rules, so what happens is, in order for the president to issue tariffs, he has to follow the laws that have been written by Congress. And those laws say he's got to study the problem, define the problem, and then execute a solution to the problem. And those problems were obvious to us. We've been treated like crap by everybody. I mean, India, think about this. Modi comes and visits the president. And as the kindness of his heart, he says, I'm going to reduce the tariff on Kentucky bourbon from 150% to only 100%. I mean, talk about guts. You got to be kidding me. These countries treat us like crap. And now President Trump has said, enough. We are going to be treated fairly around the world. This policy started in 1945, 80 years ago. Do you think it's time that we refresh it a little?
So today at the cabinet meeting, you explained that Mexico and Canada, they had this 30-day pause for the 25%, and they're going to stipulate border security measures and fentanyl interdiction and show that. And if the president likes that, do they still not get the tariff? It seemed to me like he was still talking like even if that 25% tariff is probably going to go on Mexico and Canada.
So on April 2nd, when he says April 2nd, that's the baseline tariff. That says how you treat us is how you get treated. So you think, okay, well, we have USMCA, right? So we're supposed to have a free trade agreement with Canada, but they have a 5% national tax. Oh, well, that's 5%. They tax all our dairy products. They tax so many different things, lumber. They tax our food. It's outrageous. They basically cheat around the sides, and then when we don't act, they stop cheating around the sides. They cheat right down the middle. And the president is sick and tired of it. He's sick and tired of the countries adjacent to us inviting in China to their model, right? Who does steel in Mexico? You think it's Mexicans? No, it's Chinese companies. It's got to stop. The president's on it. So here's what he said. Tariffs, if you don't stop the fentanyl, you don't stop killing Americans, I'm going to slap a 25% tariff on you and I'm going to teach you a lesson. So they immediately put their military on the border. They started stopping it. So we'll just see if they did a good job or not. We'll see. But then April 2nd, it's his turn to say what's fairness, who's treating us fairly, and everybody's got to negotiate. Tariffs. That's reciprocal. How you treat us is how we'll treat you. And doesn't that sound sort of reasonable?
Yeah. So I guess, although businesses on Wall Street, and you know them well, they're skeptical. Consumer confidence they look at went down 7 points in February. They see jittery feelings in the U.S. economy, and they wonder whether this is going to boomerang back on U.S. consumers. Is, I guess, the feeling. Do you hear that from businesses when they talk about tariffs?
Because Wall Street companies look at one at a time, right? If I'm importing goods and I have a tariff on me, how's that going to work for my shareholders, me? Wall Street analysts don't look at America writ large, American people writ large. Donald Trump was elected by who? A majority of Americans to do what? To take care of America. And if that doesn't work out for your particular company, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's not so good for you. You might have to pay the tariff. But let me tell you, if you drive down our budget deficit, interest rates come smashing down. You balance this budget, interest rates in America are under 2%, right? And not by monetary nonsense, like really below 2%. Mortgages are so much cheaper. Food costs are so much cheaper. Our farmers can sell everywhere in the world. America explodes by winning. And that's Donald Trump's objective. And that's what we're out there to try to do.
And last thing on this, is it going to take some time to get, you say they're going to come back. I mean, that's not overnight, right? I mean, that doesn't happen overnight if these businesses, to avoid tariffs, are going to come back.
Right, that takes 2 years for sure. You can't build a factory in less than 2 years. So that's why you hear Donald Trump talking about, I'm going to clear the path on permitting. I'm going to clear the path on regulation. I'm going to let these factories get built here. And what you're going to see is the employment of electricians, but not an electrician who comes in and fixes our kitchen lights, but electricians who work in factories or mechanics who fix robots. I mean, these are going to be jobs that pay $200,000, $300,000. And we're going to take trade craft in America. Tradecraft, the steel workers and auto workers, and these people are going to have great jobs going forward, millions and millions of great jobs going forward. There's never been a president who's understood the global economy the way Donald Trump does, and he's going to deliver to the American people, and that's why I'm all in. He actually understands, and it's really amazing and fun.
Let me ask you another question, different topic, quickly. The U.S. Postal Service coming under commerce. I mean, where did that come from, and what is that about, and how will Americans deal with it? Will it affect their mail?
No, it won't affect their mail. So the concept was, I'm sitting with the president, and the costs of the post office are like it loses $7 billion. And he said, can you do something with it? And I said, sure. So I saw him the next day, he goes, okay, what do you got? You know, he gives me the whole 24 hours to figure it out. And I said, well, the Commerce Department does the census. And we spend $40 billion every 10 years doing the census. And that means we hire 625,000 people. And they go and they rent cars and gas, and you pay them food. And you know what they do? They go to every household in America and count the people. What department do we already have that already employs 625,000 people? It's got cars, already has gas, goes to every household. Can you imagine saying to your postman, can you count the people in the house? What day could he do the census? Monday? Could he double check it on Tuesday? How about Wednesday? He goes every day. So we can only save $40 billion or $4 billion a year, and we'll do a better job. And you know what else we can do with the post office? They can go to your house when you have a baby and give you the form for Social Security. And the 20,000 Social Security offices that we have, we just don't need them. We actually can do real customer service. Go right to your house. Someone died. Here's the forms. You can fill it out. I'll bring them to your house. Customer service. Why? Because we've got those people. Let's use the assets of the government to make us better and save us money. We can be smart, you know. We're loud.
What concerns you most? You're fired up about this job. Everybody can see that. You're excited about all the things you're talking about. What concerns you most about where the country is or where we're going?
The opportunity in front of us is so great. The thing that concerns me most is China. There's a giant country who hates us, who wants us to not have this way of life, and the rest of the world not so much. So the issue is, how do you make sure that they don't run like Huawei? And you say, well, why do I care about that? Well, if they get in the phone system, they'll turn it off. You know, these kind of things, we've got to protect ourselves, and we've got to protect our allies who get weak, who want to buy it cheap, right? They dump cars. Think about it. We won't let a Chinese car come here, right? Europe let them come. They started selling a car that cost 30,000 euro for 17,000. Cost was 30. And what Volkswagen started saying, we're going to start closing plants. They're trying to crush us. And we need to pay attention. And thank God we have Donald Trump in the White House, because he's paying attention. He's going to bring the pharmaceuticals back, the semiconductors back. We have to protect ourselves and be powerful as a country. We are the greatest country on earth. We will not cut one penny from someone who deserves Social Security, someone who deserves Medicare. But let me tell you, all that crap of waste and fraud and abuse, that's out of here. We're going to balance this budget. We're going to drive interest rates down, and we're going to make the greatest America great again.
Mr. Secretary, we appreciate the time. We'll take a little tour a little later in the show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to my place.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, so lots and lots of stuff there. I told you it was an important one if you hadn't seen it before. So lots of things coming. Looks like the tariffs are going to start on April 2nd. And then the biggest concern is China. They're trying to crush us. Trump is going to work on bringing Big Pharma back, or bringing pharmaceuticals back and semiconductors back. The United States Postal Service is going to come underneath the Department of Commerce, which is what he oversees. So the census is going to be done by, I would suspect, the census being done by the Postal Service. And he also talked about Social Security agents, the Postal Service kind of acting as Social Security agents and being able to give you that customer service, door-to-door customer service. Let's see, what else? Yesterday we talked about the Trump Gold Card, which he spoke about there. And so the people are going to be vetted if they want to come and invest. I believe it was $1 trillion in a U.S. industry, and to produce jobs and businesses. He said that there's 250 that are waiting for that particular citizenship, but we've got to see if they're willing to pay that $5 million for that access. And then he goes in to talk about tariffs. Okay, so let's go to our next. Here is Speaker Johnson talking about the possible shutdown on March 14th, I believe it is. Let's take a listen.
Chairman Tom Cole addressed the House Republicans this morning on the latest developments about how we may be getting close to a number on that. The problem is the Democrats have added something new and different that's never been part of this before. They are trying to add to the appropriations bill a demand that they want us to somehow limit the ability of the executive branch to do its job. They want to tie the hands of the president on what he is able to do with the expenditures in the executive branch. That's never been done before. House Republicans, as egregious as the actions were of the previous president, Joe Biden, as unconstitutional and outrageous as they were, we never proposed using the appropriations process to tie the president's hands. It'd be, I think, a gross separation of powers violation and a terrible precedent for Congress to engage in. So that's a non-starter for us, and the Democrats know that. And so it looks like they're in a posture right now that they're making individual appropriations bills almost impossible. We'll find out soon. Stay tuned. There's more discussion today to be had. But we are nearing, obviously, the March 14th deadline. And I'm really hopeful that they'll back off of those outrageous demands, because it's unprecedented and I think probably unconstitutional, and it's not anything we'll be a part of. Thank you. Thank you.
Given where you are, would you support a CR right now?
Let me have it. I mean, right there you see it. Get ready for a government shutdown. President Trump's government being shut down. Just get ready for it. What they're saying there is that, I'm sure on the appropriation side, what the Democrats are trying to do is this whole thing on the unitary theory of the executive. Another ideas have consequences. There's this stronger than a belief. I mean, it's one of the things that the Project 2025, CRA, Russ Vogt over at OMB, many lawyers about the appropriations process, that the appropriations is a ceiling, and that either through impoundment or rescissions, the executive branch has ability to hold back the funds or reprogram. And I'm sure that in code, that's what he's talking about. They want to have, the Democrats want to have wording in there that that's not going to happen, and you have the constitutional fight. Now, bottom line, though, that is a bigger and tougher fight. He just told you right there, you ain't getting any Democrat votes on this CR.
Okay, so my understanding is that we don't necessarily need any Democrat votes as long as all the Republicans stay and vote correctly, or the vote for the American people. But now this is just my thought. This isn't what's going to happen, but this is my thought. Everybody that's in Trump's administration, they're billionaires, millionaires, and billionaires. Some of them aren't even taking a salary while they're there. Like Trump, he's not taking a salary. So my thought is will they continue to work and set things straight without taking a salary? I don't know. So that's kind of my thought on that. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think Trump wants the government to shut down because he needs it to stay open to get things set right. As Elon has said, we've got to basically take a wrecking ball to everything to get it set correctly and as quickly as possible. So a government shutdown would not be good. So are we going to have some squishy Republicans side with the Democrats? I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see about that one. All right. So this is the USAID ties to Soros. I'm not going to play this. If you want to watch it, it's on my Twitter feed or X feed. So your tax dollars spent by USAID are connected to George Soros and his web of left-wing organizations. Interestingly enough, the military is searching for George Soros, who is now missing. Maybe to ask him questions, maybe to bring up charges, who knows. No more wasting your hard-earned money. Trump signs new DOGE executive order mandating federal agencies implementing a technology solution to review cut all spending, track employee spending, and with clear identifications, and report to a DOGE liaison. This has to do with those credit cards, which Brian spoke about earlier. DOGE cuts to 24,000 government credit cards in just 8 days. DOGE audit of government credit cards is already paying off just after a week. Those credit cards have been deactivated across 14 civilian agencies, with numbers expected to double by week's end. All right. We talked about that yesterday. So, Pentagon officials caught using taxpayer-funded credit cards at casinos, bars, and clubs. Hopefully those are part of the 24,000 that have gotten cut. Former ICE employee in the Biden transition team joined Family Endeavors in early 2021 and helped secure sole source HHS contract for overflowing housing from licensed care facilities. As a result, Family Endeavors cash and portfolio investments grew from $8.3 million in 2020 to $520 million in 2023. Since March 2024, HHS has paid $18 million a month to keep the Pecos County facility open despite sitting empty. With national licensed facility occupancy now below 20%, HHS was able to terminate this contract, saving taxpayers over $215 million annually. So there's the facility. Here is a tour of that facility. Basically, he gets kicked out. He's not able to go beyond those doors, and the police get called. But that's the inside of headquarters for that facility. I saw something, I don't know if it's, I saw something about it being part of child trafficking. And I don't remember where that is though. It's not on that one. Trying to see where I saw that it was part of child. It may have been a segment that or a post that I forgot to copy over. But I did see where they have been playing a role in the trafficking of children. This is a traffic ring, a child trafficking ring that was found in Florida, and their press conference. My only question is, DeSantis has been kind of, well, for the most part, he's been a MAGA supporter for the most part. He's done some really, really good things, but they're not consistent down there in Florida. So I don't know why it's taken so long to find this sex trafficking operation. Is it a new one? Is it an old one? Its offenders include a surgeon, a college professor, an illegal alien, elementary school staffer, and a firefighter. So that's kind of an odd bunch there, right? So, but that's happening down there in Florida. Although I can't say much, we're not doing much of any finding of trafficking here in Georgia, even though our First Lady says that she's all about stopping the human trafficking. Here's a couple of, I gotta switch screens for you so you can take a look. State Department completes foreign funding review, identifying 15,000 grants worth of 60 billion for elimination. So Rubio's been busy trying to find grants that are not worthy of being funded. Remember, I don't remember what it was, when it was. Maybe it was earlier, but Trump has given all the department heads tasks to find grants and funding that is not beneficial to the American people and get it stopped and report it to your Doge liaison. I guess that was earlier, a post earlier that I reviewed. Trump to tap Democrat lawfare targeting. Trump to tap Democrat lawfare target Jeff Clark as White House regulation czar. So Trump is expected to get Jeffrey Clark as White House Regulation Czar in the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. Clark would work under the recently confirmed Management of Office and Budget Director Russ Vought to ensure federal agencies not only comply with Trump's executive orders, but also prioritize the Republicans' agenda in crafting agency rules. Not require. So his position will not require the confirmation of the Senate. The administration is relying on his extensive experience as an appellate litigator and administrative law expert for the international law firm, as well as his 2012-2015 stint as an elected member of the Governing Council of American Bar Association Administrative Law Section to ensure he is equipped to take on the regulatory fights that await him. So he's going to be the regulatory czar. Any regulatory rule or anything will have to go through him. Or I'm sure he's going to be reviewing regulatory law or regulatory rules. So here's the article that I was telling you about for Data Republican. She has been doxxed, and so she is. So Data Republican revealed on Tuesday that she has been doxxed. She chose to reclaim control of the situation by unveiling her identity. So anyway, it goes on to say that she has quit her job and she's working on her database all the time, and is going to be working for Doge. I couldn't find it quickly in that article. And this is just a couple articles. 75% of Democrats say Joe Biden's migration flood was an accident. What fantasy land are they living in? So Governor Newsom is saying that he has plans to start a podcast. Somebody made a comment. Oh, so Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy was one of the many on social media who pointed out that the governor already had a job to do rather than talk on a podcast to fix his reputation. I thought that was a funny. Let's see, a couple of more articles we've got here. So the Trump administration considering temporary egg imports to lower prices amid avian flu outbreak. And final, Biden has changed. Oh, so flashback. Remember when Biden changed the White House press pool by cutting off more than 440 reporters' credentials. So remember that when they're all crying and whining about being cut out of the White House. So that's it for today. I know it was a rapid fire. All these articles and whatnot are on my X feed. So if you want to go in and read them or listen to the videos again, just find me. Let me find out, what is my X? Let's see. Let's go profile. So it's at Diane1025@gmail.com. I mean, at Diane1025 is my Twitter account. So you can find me. If you want to email, it's fyndiane@gmail.com. I check that email every day, usually at the beginning of the day. So if you have anything you want to add to the mix, just send it to me. Other than that, y'all have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. See y'all later.